Hello, my name is Will Spencer, and you're listening to the Renaissance of Men podcast. This is interview number 40, a near 5-hour marathon with the Bitcoin citizen and sovereign hopeful, LaserHODL.
This is a time of transformation. As old ways fall, men are called to rise, to heal our lives, grow strong, and transcend our limitations. In tribes around the world, drawing on the best of masculinity from all of time, a new day is beginning. This is the Renaissance of Men. You are the Renaissance.
Underneath all of it, all wars are bankers' wars. All wars are the manifest business of monetary colonization. That central banking is an imperial force that is draping itself over all of our families' times in order to conduct planetary usury. It's money, it's the money changers, and in sort of the view of the Christians, it's the money changers. And so that's the core thesis, and that in doing so, the problem with the system that they've derived is it's very efficacious at usury and time theft and creating debt slaves of everyone. But it also it is destabilizing the world quicker and quicker, and it has a lot of downstream side effects that are undesirable. And population went parabolic after 1970, and it could be for a lot of reasons about like sanitary, better conditions with sanitation and antibiotics and broader food access, but disconnect, basically creating a welfare state, a nanny state, allowed population growth to explode. And so we went from like under 1 billion to 8 billion in like 70 years. and that's when the fiat era started. And so in a weird way, this system has created like a massive underclass of useless feeders, of people who they're net negative in terms of they consume more resources than they produce. And that's a quagmire that money printing created. And of course.
What the heck is going on? If you're anything like me, the past 2 years have had you asking that question perhaps multiple times per week. Not only does it seem like every institution has become corrupt and is crumbling, but also that there's no one in the public sphere to trust, and that nothing makes sense. International governments and bureaucracies issue contradictory edicts about an illness that most resembles the flu, while brands bankrupt themselves supporting social justice causes that only a handful of people care about. The media lies to our face, then gaslights us about the lying. Elections don't seem to matter, nor freedom of speech really either. Men wear surgical masks while driving alone in cars. Cities burn in, quote, mostly peaceful protests. Children stare at computer screens all day on Zoom, rather than going to actual schools, and drown in sexualized content on TikTok the rest of the day, confusing them and their identities. We're threatened with the need to put unknown substances into our bloodstream to drive across state lines or travel overseas by pale government bureaucrats and an alleged president who can't remember his name. Meanwhile, for those of us who still have jobs unthreatened by oppressive mandates, we're finding that our full-time work weeks earn us purchasing power increasingly equivalent to a part-time job, with no end to that trend in sight. And as we look around in 2022, we see gradually emptying shelves, fat accumulating on everyone's bodies, men's testosterone and sperm counts dropping, and a decaying moral and social fabric everywhere, all seemingly overnight. As I said, what the heck is going on? Wasn't a party of endless growth the promise? Why the sudden powerful decay? Why does everything feel so heavy all the time? What if I told you there's an answer, a grand narrative in an age where grand narratives are forbidden? Only this one is hidden in plain sight, behind a fog of chaos. If I were to tell you that grand narrative, I couldn't claim it as my own, because I learned it from another man. Which brings me to my guest this week. His name is LaserHODL, and he's a husband, former software engineer, fantastically deep and broad thinker, Bitcoin citizen, and sovereign hopeful. The word HODL in his name refers to that, for those who don't know. It's not a typo. Think of it as a way that such a man signals he's all in. I have listened to many men and women in the past couple years attempt to explain what's going on in our world. The best of them grasp one part, more or less, but none have seemed to me like they've got a hold of it all. Until I heard LaserHODL a couple of short months ago and realized, I think this man has got it. His thesis is that what we're experiencing has nothing to do with viruses or systemic oppression, staying safe, or not killing grandma. The answer is far more prosaic and at the same time bigger than everything. Because what's going on at root has to do with money, how it's created, and why that system is failing, or perhaps has already failed, and what might happen next. And surprisingly, knowing that isn't frightening, but empowering, because buried within that picture is the answer for what we as men can do about it. I mean really do about it. And the answer is Bitcoin. At this stage in my opening essays, I usually say, in our conversation we discussed, and I list off 5 bullet points. But in this conversation, LaserHODL and I discussed just one thing: why Bitcoin is immediately, urgently relevant to you as a man. That subject is so broad and far-reaching, it took us almost 5 hours to cover it in total, including all of Laser's greatest hits and more. We moved from Malthusian fear spells to global finance, geopolitics and get on zero, our personal histories and far beyond into the Christian religion, our shared faith. And Bitcoin touches on it all. For those of you unfamiliar with Bitcoin, what it is and how it works, fear not. Shortly after this podcast is released, I'll be doing a companion episode about the how and what of Bitcoin with the man who gave me my orange pill, Carlos Fenman, the Bitcoin coach. In this episode with LaserHODL, however, we go deep into the why of Bitcoin and set up lawn chairs. And in that, I encourage you to listen carefully to our discussion. We go all the way out there. Don't be afraid to rewind and listen again, or even a third time. Because it's vitally important that we all get this as men. As we're building our bodies and families anew, human society needs reconstruction too. And there's nothing more fundamental to global human society than money. If we succeed in transforming that, as you'll see, there's nothing we can't do. A couple quick notes before we begin. First, we recorded this episode last Thursday, before the recent big dip. And more importantly, neither LaserHODL nor I are offering financial advice or are selling any financial instruments. We do not benefit in any way from your participation in Bitcoin beyond how you benefit the wider network and potentially the world. We are inviting you to participate in an experience with us that has changed our lives and many others. This grand episode is sponsored by Deepwell Designs, makers of fine silver and stone jewelry handmade in the Western United States. Keep listening for more information or hit the link in the description. And if you enjoy the Renaissance of Men podcast, thank you. Please don't forget to leave us a rating and review and share it with your friends. I think they'll want to enjoy the bounty of this conversation. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce my 40th guest on the Renaissance of Men podcast, a mind and a man that I admire greatly, LaserHODL. LaserHODL, thanks so much for joining me on the podcast today.
Will, it's a pleasure. I've been excited to come aboard and talk masculinity, talk Bitcoin. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Well, I've been looking forward to this conversation so much because I think that for the past couple of years, so many men have been trying to figure out what the heck is going on, just to make sense of the world that seems to have gone mad overnight, almost overnight. And during that time, I've been listening to a lot of different takes about what might be happening. And when I first heard your take, I think it was on the Tales to the Crypt podcast, I was like, this man has a grounded, open perspective on what's going on that just makes sense on this really, really deep level and synthesizes so many different topics that relate to, as you said, Bitcoin, money, society, politics, culture, and also masculinity. So I'm like, this is a perfect opportunity for us to connect and expand the conversation around masculinity.
Yeah, I agree totally. I think we're surrounded with folks that are trying to make sense of the last 2 years, from 2020
Yeah.
on, with COVID and everything we're seeing around us. And so there's an incredible amount of confusion, and a lot of grasping, trying to make sense of it. And, my basic principle is that you need to follow the money.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a money-based thesis as to what we're seeing in the world, you don't have much.
Why? And I agree with you, but why is that? Why money of all the different things? Because there are so many different ways to look at it. And I agree with you that money is so central. But for a man listening to this who's exploring masculinity but doesn't understand how money applies to it, where do you see the vital overlap as being?
Well, you have to break down what money is. So when people hear that term "follow the money," they assume that there's like a strong greed element, like someone is doing things to the world that just wants money, and
Mm-hmm.
it's far deeper than that. What money is? So money is stored energy. So you learn a skill and you produce value for the world, and you store the returns of that, the profit of that, in money, and that allows you to access other people's efforts, other people's sacrifice, other people's energy. So it's how you trade energy within the human species. Now, that is the fundamental bedrock of the entire world. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so when you understand that money is your time, it's your stored time, your sacrifice, your effort, it's important because that's the fundamental incentive, right? And so um, everything that you see in terms of macro events, geopolitical events, things that affect the whole world at once, has its roots in this prime, this dominant incentive. So every world war you need to be able to explain in terms of monetary phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just conflict between nations. And so the same thing I would submit is the case with COVID. And when I started looking at the last 2 years from the point of view of a monetary phenomenon, and I started studying history with that point of view, it allowed me to create a narrative that described what we were experiencing more comprehensively than I think many people had sort of managed to before.
Mm-hmm. And that's what really landed for me about your perspective, is that by routing everything through the notion of money, suddenly everything made sense. But you routed it in such a different way because, like you said, follow the money, right? People hear that and they think greed, like the accumulation of capital. But it's actually quite a bit darker than that. It's not just the accumulation of capital, it's the deprivation of others from their capital and from the value of their capital. Like the which is to say, we work, we give our time and our life force energy to the production of something of value, and that comes back to us in the form of money. But if you take a dollar away from us, that's as bad as turning a dollar into 50 cents through inflation. And so both of these phenomena are happening at the same time. And when you put those pieces together, then it all started making quite a bit more sense what we're seeing around us with COVID and all of that.
Yeah, if you can take someone's money through money printing, so you're taking it in this invisible manner that's not obvious, then not only are you stealing their time from the past, stealing their past sacrifice, their past energy, but you're forcing them to continue, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
actually can command their time. And When you build society on a system that allows this unchecked time theft through money printing, that inflation, and people can't defend themselves from that inflation,
Right.
what you're doing is it's actually a type of usury. It's a type of
Yeah.
planetary slavery, because you can command the time of everyone on Earth because they have no way to defend themselves from that. Um, and so that's so important to understand. This monetary system that we live in today, this is based on paper notes that exist digitally, but they're fiat notes that the government has sort of imbued with authority and told us that this is how you'll exchange your time and effort in these notes. And they, of course, have the ability to create those at will. And that's a big problem because, in the last 2 years, it's clear inflation, when it gets really high, you see your future disintegrating. You see your retirement disappearing. You see the chances that you'll have to work harder, longer, increase.
Yep.
And that's a absolute travesty. It's one of the most severe injustices I can think of, and it honestly gives me a type of um, uh, like this anger. It's just hard to fully. It's hard to overstate the cruelty that
Yeah.
that is casting out across the world. So um, it's important to it's really important to realize that this fiat system that we live in, up until now, we really have not had a choice. You've kind of had to work with the constraints and do your best to get ahead. And when inflation came and pulled you back, you just rolled with it. But with something like a Bitcoin, more and more are waking up and realizing they actually don't have to play that game. For the first time ever, you can start building your life around this idea that your energy, your savings, your effort, your sacrifice, that you can protect it. And there isn't a single government or money printer in the world that can steal that time.
It's so it's so important because I think there are so many men now that feel, and you can't really miss it. Like if you've missed the fact that something is really, really wrong, like you're probably not listening to this podcast in the first place. But if you've missed, I mean, so many men feel that something is very deeply wrong, and you can look around and you can see mandate, excuse me, mandates, passports. You can see masks and the craziness. But then there's also this phenomenon of like the empty shelves. And then there's the feeling that money doesn't go so far. And hey, that's kind of been happening for a really long time. So where do I put my money that I've worked hard for into, we'll say, a store of value that will protect it for the long term? There's no place to put it. I put it in my savings account, and interest rates are zero. I put it in the stock market, and the stock market blows up because of a bunch of mortgage-backed securities. I put it in a 401k maybe, or you put it all these different places, and there's this feeling that the money that you've worked hard your whole life for, no matter where you put it, is going to be taken or squandered or lost in some way, and you have no recourse. And that's the power, because it's run by central banks, it's run by governments, it's run by this financial system from which there's no exit except for Bitcoin. And that's why Bitcoin is so important. And that's, again, another reason why I'm excited to have this conversation, because you connect these dots in a way that I've never really heard anyone do before.
Well, as men, we've been stripped bare of our defenses. And that
Yeah.
systematically, society has made us defenseless in the face of processed food, defenseless in the face of sort of woke feminine culture, defenseless in the face of money printing that steals our time. So on and on. There are these forces that prevent a man from living his purpose, living his role, having his proper sovereign authority as a man. And Bitcoin reverses the bedrock of that. Suddenly, you can learn something that you're good at. You can produce value for the world. You can save that effort in Bitcoin, and you know that you're going to be able to retire, you know that you're going to be able to build a life around that you have that rock to settle on, that no one can touch. It's just, it can't be overstated how critical that is to what it means to be a man. And money printing has undermined every asset class. So of course you can't store your money in the fiat that they're printing, right? If you, in the last 18 months, over 80% of all the dollars that existed have been printed, right? So all that extra money is going to make its way into goods and services, not evenly, but it will cause inflation in terms of the things that you have to buy to live, the things that you want. So you want a house, you want to be able to pay for education, you want groceries, you want a vehicle. All these things are going to be awash with this brand new money. And that increased competition is going to cause the prices to rise. That's inflation, right? That's how you ultimately feel it that way. And so if 80% of all the dollars that have ever existed were created in the last 18 months, what's the inflation rate? And it just depends which bucket of goods and services that you take, right? If I just take vegetable oil and soy food, the inflation rate is going to be really low because the marginal cost on those fiat products are extremely low. So, but if I take a bucket of goods and services of things that we all desire, the inflation rate's probably at 40 to 60% and has been for 2 years. Before that, it's probably been between 10 to 20%, and it has been for decades. So think about that. That means that fiat money that you earn your salary in, you need to immediately get rid of it. Immediately, because every day that you hold that, it's melting like an ice cube in your hand, and your time, your effort is being stolen every day that you hold those dollars, for example. But now with inflation this high, there isn't a single investment strategy that can survive it, right? So if you're doing index funds, right? So you move your wealth into index funds that try and track the broader equity market. Those do not have 20, 30, 40, 50% returns, right? So if you're losing your time, you're losing your wealth, you're losing your future if you're in index funds, right? So diversification is no longer enough just to protect, you're protecting your wealth slightly better than dollars. Okay, that's no good right now, right? And so that actually eliminates the whole financial independence, retirement, that whole FIRE thesis gets destroyed by money printing. If you go into real estate and rental properties, you get absolutely, you're cutting yourself off at the shins with this level of money printing. The inflation's so high that you're doing a huge amount of labor, but you're not able to store your wealth. It's still bleeding you. This explains why you see people going crazy in Robinhood, trying to pick the stock that will, this fervor of stock picking, because there's a general feeling that there's no way to save right now. So money is sloshing between all these different strategies in this highly volatile environment because money printing has undermined every asset class. Bonds, right now you have sovereigns buying more than half of the bonds. No one's buying foreign debt. Mostly these countries are buying their own debt, including the US now. We buy over half of our own debt. So you wouldn't want to store your wealth in treasuries. In real returns, those are negative. So it's that's not I can't recommend that, right? So, okay, you can't store in dollars. You can't store in equities. You're only left gambling on individual stock picks. That's no good. You can't store in treasuries, bonds. So, the problem that we're seeing is when you undermine what money does, it forces everything else to act like money. Everything else has to go on this price discovery. And that's why you see goods and services and all other assets, they start searching for what they're worth. You go in the grocery store, things are searching for what they're worth, and they're worth twice of what they were last year.
Mm-hmm.
How many times can people tolerate their bills doubling annually, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the way that countries hyperinflate, I can tell you that it's only a couple of years before you get social unrest and riot, right? People just they can't tolerate their bills doubling twice, three times. And I don't think that that's the case in the US either. I think, if eggs double again and your utility bill doubles again and all your bills across the board, everyone's racing to pass the buck because they don't want to pay for inflation. They pass the buck to the last person. That's the consumer. So how much can the consumer tolerate? So, in this environment, where do you put your money? And that's the ultimate thing. You're out there working. You want something to show for it. You want to build a life for it, build a family. You can't trust these asset classes because you're being robbed blind. Everything around you that you need is going up in cost. So this is a huge, it's a
Mm-hmm.
huge quandary. And then, that explains the base appeal of Bitcoin. Families are attracted to Bitcoin because they see that there's only 21 million of these things and they can defend themselves from this time theft. Now, of course, Bitcoin within I always said Bitcoin's like a 2+ year asset. So just like as a man, you wouldn't surround yourself with other guys who are, short-term minded. You surround yourself with 2+ year guys, right? It's the same thing. Bitcoin is a 2+ year asset. So within 0 to 2 years, Bitcoin does all sorts of things. You wouldn't
Right.
you wouldn't attach your emotions to those things because it's an asset that's going through monetization. So as it's going through this adoption curve, it's erratic in the 0 to 2 years. But at any point in Bitcoin's existence, it's in the green on a 2+ year horizon. So if you simply say, okay, my sacrifice, my effort, my energy, I'm going to store it in Bitcoin, hold it in this little hardware wallet, and I'm going to think about it as a 2+ year asset. And is it stealing from me or is it giving me my time back on a 2+ year horizon? And you'll see that it gives you your time back. If you start pricing out the things that you want in your life on a 2+ year horizon, house, car, school, kids, you'll see that they're coming within your gravitational pull. They're becoming more in reach. So you can reverse that decay of inflation that's hampering the world right now. That's absolutely fundamental. I mean, that's everything. And so what many do when they get to Bitcoin is they kind of think of it as a savings account. And you know what? That makes total sense. You kind of say, okay, money printing broke every other asset class. When I get my paycheck, I'll pay my liabilities, right? My rent or whatever. And then I will use Bitcoin as a savings account because I have stuff in the future I want because I'm building a life, I'm building a family. So I want to know that I can have purchasing power in the future and it's not going to be evaporated by this money printing economics that we're living through this peak kind of moment that doesn't look so different than like a Weimar. It doesn't look so different than like a Venezuela or Zimbabwe. Our politicians are completely addicted now to money printing. They think it grows on trees. More money is going to be the answer to every problem. And what they don't realize is you can print all the money you want, but you can't print more goods and services. You can't print more physical assets and you can't print more human time. All you can do is steal all those things by creating a bunch of money and handing it to insiders who go out and grab the real stuff and bid up the prices on the real things.
BlackRock.
Well, there you go. BlackRock acting as an arm of the Fed, of a central bank, is nationalizing so many things. It's almost like the Japanification of the US. They're nationalizing stocks. They're nationalizing homes. This globalist thesis, the Great Reset, where they say you will own nothing and be happy. If you were wondering as to how that would occur, you could debase the money using money printing, debase people's times. And as they get financially desperate, you can use money printing to relieve them of their hard assets.
Mm-hmm. So sorry, go ahead.
Well, there's a parallel in Weimar Germany. Prices started going up so fast that people became speculators. Everyone did, because they thought they were getting rich. That they actually sold their houses and sold all their hard goods for paper money. They thought, I'm a gajillionaire now. But when the confidence in government money had completely fell through the bottom, they found that they were holding these notes and they no longer had homes. They no longer had physical assets, right? And so, I caution people kind of getting into the dollar fervor, as inflation on their houses is going up. I've seen people get into the housing market because they're taking that as a signal of flourishing when it's not. It's a signal of the money breaking. And there's a very dangerous end game where you hold a bunch of money that doesn't buy anything and you no longer have hard assets.
So I want to talk about, there's so many different directions I want to go right now, but at the risk of being super remedial, what I would like you to do is I would like you to take the things that you just said about storing your time, no asset classes for investment and all that, and I want you to tie it, please, directly to masculinity. For the man listening to this who might be like, what does this have to do with me as a man? I'm listening to the Renaissance of Men podcast. What does all this mean to me? About inflation, et cetera, and asset classes and reset. What does it mean to me as a man? Can you tie that thread? Because I want to go super remedial with this so that guys who don't know anything about Bitcoin or anything about the financial market or about fiat or anything like that understand why we are talking about you, man, who's listening. So if you could tie that thread real quick.
Your fundamental responsibility as a man is to provide.
Mm-hmm.
You provide a attractive and stable lifestyle for your mate, for your women, for your family. If you cannot, so you can hustle all you want, you can have side gigs, but if you have no way to take that effort and hold on to it in a way that it can't be taken from you, you don't have anything. Your entire purview is being illegitimized. And that is numero uno. That's the most important thing as men that we have to think about, because if you can't provide, what is your value if your ability to provide is being irreversibly undermined by money printing? You can hustle, you can build great health, you can build a confident and inspirational lifestyle that attracts women, but if you can't hold on to any of your value and you don't know if you're going to be able to provide, then the value proposition for men is completely undermined. And instead, what's left is this welfare state, because people get attracted into the government because it appears to be the only thing that can provide stability. Mm-hmm. Well, we need to take that back as men. Men need to be the thing that provides stability, heads of households. And so I contend that Bitcoin is a bedrock for that actually reverses that trend of the state absorbing the responsibility of head of household. It sends it back in the direction of men who can actually, with confidence, provide value for the world, save it in an unstoppable way, and then provide for women and children.
Bang. Bang. I mean, this is what's real to every man, I think, is listening to this right now, is they're feeling the world kind of getting away from them. And there's lots of reasons why. But I think one of the most fundamental and primary that men of kind of all ages, maybe not economic classes, maybe, but all ages and most economic classes feel anyway, is that something is slipping away that they can't grab onto. And it sounds like the answer to that, which I would agree, is money, at least in part. And the great thing about Bitcoin that I've discovered is it actually, and you nailed it, it allows you to not only just hold on to your money, hold on to the value that you've created, it actually allows you to expand it in a positive way against a world where the value of money is decreasing. It's Bitcoin is going the opposite direction from the world. And on top of that bedrock, on top of that proper functioning of money, you have the only potential to build a life sovereign from what the corporate state, the fascist, although that word is so overused, the corporate state alliance seems to be trying to take. And so I'm glad that you tied those threads, because this makes it super relevant. Like, Bitcoin isn't just this nerdy technology or whatever, and it's completely separate from what you might have heard of about crypto or NFTs. That's just all noise in the actual Bitcoin signal, which is not just this thing that isn't relevant. It's not just this computer thing. It's actually a way to save your time. It's a way to save your family. It's a way to build a future for yourself away from the fiat system. And so I'm really grateful that you were able to thread that, because men need to hear that. Like, that's what I like about all the things that I've learned from you, is it's almost the last piece. Like, you've asked all the questions, you've asked the questions about fitness, and you've asked questions about soy and sunlight and beef and all that stuff. And yet there's still the question of, okay, I'm spending 8, 10, 12 hours a day working. Why is everything getting so expensive? Why am I working harder for less? And the answer is the fiat system. And the response to that is Bitcoin. But I think a lot of men haven't gotten that place yet. And so I'm excited to get to lead them there.
One way to think about what we've been living through is, okay, when the government, so this money printing economics, it creates cycles. We all know of the short-term business cycle, the small business cycle, because we've all seen, like, Occupy Wall Street, where they're doing, you have these booms and busts, these recessions where, oh, now you need to bail out the banks, you need to bail out Freddie and Fannie, and people get really upset because the inherent unfairness of that, the idea, why are these big multinational corporations getting bailed out with our money, right? Because what they do is they print money, they hand it to these companies because they're too big to fail, right? And then our expenses, our kids' college, our retirement, our groceries, our vehicles, our homes, all the things we want to buy become more expensive because they've diluted our purchasing power. Just like when you own a stock, everyone knows, you own a stock, when they announce that they're diluting it 10-1, people sell because they went, what the heck? You've stolen my ownership stake by just creating more of these things. There's nothing finite about this. You can make as many as you want. So people sell to punish the company because they've been robbed from. And same thing, money printing is that same dynamic. And so you get these little bubbles where they use money printing to grow industry, to grow insiders, companies, and then you get a recession because of it. But in the greater scale, there's a bigger debt cycle that they can't even manage in that way, and so you end up with this like sovereign default where your entire country is broke. They cannot even service the debt on their own balance sheets, and so that puts a country in a really a really tough spot, because they have to either have like austerity, which is, they pull their belt in and reduce spending, which that's not politically possible. There's no government on earth that says, okay, we're going to cut our spending by a factor of 100.
Right.
You can't do that. So the other option is, and that's kind of like, so they try and avoid default, by saving and being fiscally responsible. And that's off the table. History has shown over and over that that's not something governments are willing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're left with default, and you can either default explicitly. So you could say, sorry, we can't pay our bills, and your credit score gets downgraded and the world punishes you. And you might end up in a war so that's like an explicit default. Or you could default implicitly, which is to say you can just print money to pay for the bills. And in that way, you're almost defaulting inwardly, meaning everyone that lives on that currency gets, how do I even say this nicely? They steal your family's life savings to bail out the country through money printing. Okay, so you're made poor so that the country can default implicitly. It can just shrink its bills by creating so many monetary units that the bills aren't that expensive anymore. But in doing so, no one has any assets left. Everyone's poor. You get famine and this type of thing. So, you know, you look at the trajectory of the West. We're a people that we're used to money printing. We're addicted to it. I don't see us pulling the belt in.
Yeah.
I see us heating up the money printer, and I think we're on track for 30 trillion this year. I mean, it's these numbers are the type of numbers that can keep bills doubling every year.
Yeah.
Because when by the end of this year, if they've printed 90% of all the dollars in 2 years, that has to make its way into the real economy in the form of rising prices. If all the wealth that we had as a people only represents 10% of the wealth suddenly, what do you think that does to your purchasing power? And what investment strategy can compete with that? Right? There isn't a single one except for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the only thing that every 4 years it's doing 1,000%. So it's adding a zero to your wealth in dollar terms every 4 years. And not to say that's making you a baron or a king. That's more of a statement about dollars than it is Bitcoin, right? You're holding your time in terms of sats in Bitcoin. That's the smallest unit. And that's steady. That's a stable unit. No one's printing any more sats. There's only 21 million total Bitcoin. And I think 90% have already been mined. Okay. So most of the Bitcoin that will ever exists now. You store your time in sats, and there's not going to be this rapid debasement that you see with dollars. Every 4 years since Bitcoin has existed, there's been roughly 1,000% increase in purchasing power in dollar terms. So, like, just for example, if I put $100,000 in Bitcoin 4 years ago, today it'd be worth $1 million, right? So I'm adding a zero, and in 4 years it'd be 10 million, and in 8 years it'd be 100 million. Now that sounds like a lot in today's dollars, but in 8 years, at the rate that they're printing dollars,
oh God,
right? Well, let me put it this way: Venezuela had the most millionaires on earth in Venezuelan currency terms.
Yeah,
that wasn't a good thing, right? That was a bad thing.
Yeah.
And so if you had $100 million in 2030 in dollar terms, we might all recognize by then that, that buys, who knows what that will buy. But if bills double every year, you kind of get the sense of what I'm saying. Now, is that keeping up with inflation? It is. And then some. And the reason is because the whole world is sort of realizing that they can defend their time with Bitcoin. They can defend themselves, their families, from inflation. So if you're earlier on that adoption curve, of course you get the benefit of, there's trillions of dollars parked in unproductive assets that are going to have an identity crisis this decade and need to find something that's productive. So if you're ahead of all those assets, then you kind of benefit from the from being right earlier, right? You benefit from people agreeing with you later. But at the same time, that's not the core thesis, right? The core thesis is that it will hold your purchasing power. And so in these times where money printing is so high, you need something that adds a zero to your net worth every 4 years. That's the only way to compete with bills doubling every 4 years. And that's kind of the thing that I'm trying to get across to men, is that, fire and rentals and bonds and equities, everything outside of speculative trading, where some people have done okay, but that's an insider's game and you can lose your short. It's a short-term game. You play with short-term people. Bitcoin is the only long-term game. You play with other long-term people. It's supposed to be a forever savings account. And the world is kind of waking up to that thesis exactly as their life savings is being stolen to bail out a broke world.
Mm-hmm. So let's make this real. Let's make this concrete. So talk a little bit about your journey, when and how you discovered Bitcoin, how you looked at things before then, and then the role that Bitcoin plays in your life personally now, in the life of your family.
Yes. So let's see. By trade, I was a software engineer. I spent about 15 years building the front and back of tech companies, household names. You would know them. I launched a few startups myself. I've seen tiny companies fail. I've seen big companies succeed. So, I kind of came up in this progressive world of software, surrounded by liberals, and saw a lot. And despite being very close to easy money, in Silicon Valley, we benefit from tons of easy, cheap access to capital.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a very privileged place to be in terms of the Cantillon effect. The Cantillon effect is, as they create money, as they print it, who gets access to it first?
Mm-hmm.
And so the software industry is very close to the money printer, because it's a driver of growth, and governments need growth to hide their time theft behind. So if the whole game breaks if you don't have a bunch of growth to point at and to show that GDP is going up, then you can't grow debt, right? It's when the sovereign debt to GDP ratio gets out of control that you get a world war, which is, we're at levels higher than World War II right now,
Mm-hmm.
which explains the last 2 years. But so I was working in, we will. I was working in software, and I was, with my wife, we were planning when I would retire. We were planning on a family, and I noticed that number kept getting bigger. And I started to question, I started to get a chip on my shoulder, realizing, if I can't make this work, if I can't get a house and retire and start a family, if I'm having trouble doing that as a software engineer, making, deep into six figures, if we couldn't do that, how is anyone else doing it? And I started asking questions like, why is it that, why is this? And that led me into economics and understanding money printing. And I had some peers who were into Bitcoin, and they said, you really need to look at this. I brushed them off, and that was years ago. It must have been 2015, 2016. I brushed them off. Most engineers did. Most software engineers brushed Bitcoin off. I think we're so used to developing these distributed systems within the context of trusted environments, like a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
If you're at Google and you're building out their system, the way that you develop those systems, they don't need to account for adversarial programs, right? You have, if you're building Google's database, for example, all the nodes within that database trust each other. And that lets you write highly efficient consensus algorithms. And so when we saw Bitcoin, we just thought, wow, that looks like the most inefficient, the most expensive database ever conceived. Mm-hmm. And we were right. We were right. It's a terrible database for a trusted environment. But it's the first adversarial database that can withstand attacks from nation states. And you need that if you're going to have rules without rulers, monies without government. Yep. But if you are in an industry that benefits from money printing, you have a blind spot. And so I at first just disregarded Bitcoin. It wasn't until 2018 when I had a chip that had matured on my shoulder about time theft, when I started realizing, I started to get grumpy because I was like, hey, I want it to be done in like 5 more years, not 15 more years. And I started to get upset, annoyed at that. I had a peer that said, you really should look at Bitcoin. And I remember thinking that, I thought that was dead. And that's what most people think. Like, didn't that die? And and so I had a second look, and I went deeper into it. And I realized there was something there. I realized, just like torrents when were threatened the movie industry and music industry, people realized they could just run this little torrent software, and that was enough that no one could stop the world from distributing files. No government on earth could stop it. The best they could do is put like this FBI warning on the beginning of a movie. Like that was it. That's all they had.
Yep.
And I realized Bitcoin was kind of like that for money. Any single person with a computer could run this software, and everyone that did made it that much harder to stop it. It was this it's almost like a mold that grows in your house. Like if you do not, in order to eliminate a mold in your house, you would need to eliminate every single piece of it, because it doesn't have a center, if that makes sense, right? It can grow back from any one point. So if you had just a handful of molecules of mold that you didn't eliminate, you come back in 6 months and it's back. So the only way to eliminate it is to eliminate all of it. And because of the way that it has no center and it reproduces. And I kind of saw that in torrents. Torrents is the same way. Like you could eliminate 99.9% of it and come back, and still the entirety of the music and video industry would be back on the internet in like a couple months, right? Yep. And it's like, okay, so the policing of that is outrageously expensive, to the point of it doesn't work and it failed. And I saw that Bitcoin had that quality. It was like, okay, there's no center here. Anyone can join this network, and the more people that do, the more costly it became to police. And I started to ask questions like, okay, can this be shut down? And I realized that very quickly it would become as expensive to shut Bitcoin down as it would to shut the internet down. Mm-hmm. And as I followed it forward, I realized that not soon after that, it would become more expensive to shut Bitcoin down than shutting the internet down. And that you couldn't shut down 99% of it and succeed. You would have to shut down all of it, which is it's tantamount to sending men with guns to every house on earth, right? Like it's you can't actually do it. It fundamentally inverts the power dynamic, such that the government has no better chance to stop the Bitcoin network than it did. It's kind of like firearms proliferation. When every family has firearms, they can't really persecute individuals anymore. They can't go into every house, because that is the governed. So it would just result in the toppling of the government itself if they went into every house. Like the Nazis did, searching for, do you have guns in here? So it's kind of the same dynamic, but on the world stage. Right? Like one country can't go into every house in the whole world. Mm-hmm. And I started to kind of realize how big this was. I started to realize this is going to be bigger than the internet, because this was a unstoppable network that you could move your time to, and suddenly these central banks couldn't access it. These governments couldn't access it. And everything we've lost in terms of being able to build families, we were going to get back. And all the things that man had lost, we've had our role eroded by nanny state, eroded by sort of feminine totalitarianism. Mm-hmm. And I saw in Bitcoin this incredible masculine force that was going to invert that and return the power back to people, men who could work, store their time in Bitcoin. You hold those keys, you hold those 12 words, those 24 words to your seed phrase. You memorize it, you write it down. They can't go into every house on earth looking for 24 words and attempt to, they just can't do it. And so it changes everything. It's groundbreaking. And so I did what a lot of people did at first. I started going down, they call it the rabbit hole, the Bitcoin rabbit hole. And I started learning how to save in Bitcoin. And so I found out, okay, every paycheck I can take, 20% or whatever and put it in Bitcoin. And this was 2018. And at first I just did it with some website, some exchange. I think it was river.com is what I was using. But like Coinbase is really popular in the US. You get the point.
Mm-hmm.
And I started buying Bitcoin there and I held it on that website. And as I got into Bitcoin culture, there's like a big Bitcoin Twitter space. I learned from more mature Bitcoiners that like, hey, kind of the whole point of Bitcoin is that there's no counterparty, that you hold the wealth yourself and you decide when and where you send that Bitcoin, how you spend it. And no one can tell you, you don't have to ask permission to hold and spend your wealth, and no one can prevent you from doing it. And so what they preached was take that Bitcoin off that exchange and put it in a wallet that you control. Then I learned that part and I'm like, okay, great. So now I hold the keys. I choose how to spend this Bitcoin. And I also realized at that point the implication, like, I could, for the first time ever, you could leave your country with all your wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? No one could stop you. Think of the implications of that. And like, imagine if you were a Jewish family in Nazi Germany, World War II, and you saw the rise of this persecution. You saw the shape of an oncoming genocide, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had to leave. You had to leave with nothing, right? You would be stripped of everything if you tried to flee Germany. So now imagine you could just remember 12 words and go anywhere in the world with the entirety of your family saving. Think about what that means to being a man.
Mm-hmm.
That guarantee, that cool confidence that you have, in that your life savings can never be expropriated, that you can have multi-generational life savings. You could actually build a family house. You can think of your family name on the order of centuries now that you have that skill, that ability. And that's what Bitcoin's giving us. And so I think it radically changed the autonomy and power I believed I had as a man. And once I had this Bitcoin in a wallet that I held, that I secured, and I think it wasn't long after that was 2018, and it had such a profound effect on my ideology that I started to shift towards sort of conservatism. Because I realized that the people that I was surrounded with in the city, in tech, that these weren't my people. That it, in a weird way, it inverted my value system, because suddenly I had this unstoppable savings mechanism that put a lot of responsibility on my shoulders, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Where before I was tagging along with the state, tagging along with this industry, benefiting from it. Suddenly I was building a household. Suddenly I was responsible, and it made me appreciate personal responsibility in a way that I never truly had. And that changed me. And thank God, because when 2020 hit and this COVID hysteria really was unleashed, I had like that foundation of realizing that the way is through personal responsibility. The way is not through collectivism and the pathology of that. And like that's kind of what got me down this road. And I say to my wife, we always talk about this, that in good times the city is it's really cool. I mean, you got a bunch of different people and different cultures. It's this melting pot. You have all this food. It's great to go out. But in bad times, the city is gnarly. And the same thing is true of progressives. So like in good times, I thought progressives were like fine. I was like, I was like, okay, a lot of stuff I appreciated. But in bad times, they lost their friggin' minds fast.
Fast.
And it was scary. I mean, the COVID thing, it really did that kind of mass formation psychosis.
Yeah.
That's not a joke. That's real. And it really took the left, it really took hold on the left. And so, you know, I just counted myself as I didn't fit in the tech industry anymore. I didn't fit in amongst my peers. Every day, I just realized these are not my people. And so I made this NIM in 2020, LaserHODL, on Bitcoin Twitter, and started networking and soul searching and learning who I was in the light of this new value system. And it's been an awesome journey. And I became glued to COVID because I realized something bigger was going on. There were too many just logical fallacies and overt omissions that didn't make any sense. That there had to be something bigger to explain it. The fact that like ivermectin was suppressed.
Yeah.
The fact of all the tech companies suddenly were going from this kind of casual corporate, this like corporate wokeism, this corporate activism, to suddenly taking a more like formal stance with the government, like this, this cozying up to the government, almost like courting the government in a weird way. I found that to be really strange. The kind of just denial that this of the lab leak that didn't make any sense to me. Seeing BlackRock step up and start buying housing, I'm like, that didn't make any sense. The degree of money printing and what they were doing with the money printing, it didn't make any sense to me. So I knew there was something much bigger. And it's when I started looking at the balance sheets of our countries that I realized when the sovereign debt to GDP ratio gets out of hand, meaning you have far more debt than GDP. Since the fiat system began in 40 years ago, since the formalized banking strategy of debasement, inflation began in the late 1600s, there's a trend where when debt gets out of control, you end up with global calamity, and then they reset the balance sheets. It's almost like a monopoly game that breaks. You have to look to the banker and say, "What now?" and and the banker goes, "Okay, here's what I got for you. We're gonna perform surgery to the balance sheets. Then we're gonna reset the game and start over."
Yeah.
And I noticed that in the last 400 years, that's happened over and over. And in 1971, Nixon took the U.S. off the gold standard. So for the first time ever, our money became completely untethered from anything sound. It literally just became paper. And ever since then, the cost of goods and services has gone parabolic. It's essentially a hockey stick that we're now in the steepest part of the curve. The purchasing power of the dollar is down well over 99% in that time. And to put it like frankly, we're in the greatest sovereign default of all time right now. And the world monetary system is so interconnected that it's every country on earth is broke and can't afford its servicing its own debt. And so I think that actually is a better explanation for what we've seen in the last 2 years, is that our countries are broke and they're backed up to a wall, and they need to perform the very dangerous business of monetary resetting the entire world monetary system. And if the past is any lesson, then what the state needs to do is have the world essentially in like a lockdown with curfews while they perform that reset. Does that make sense?
It makes far too much sense, which is what I love about it. And I want to get to what's going on sociopolitically, but real quick, because I've listened to you on some of the other podcasts. What role? How does Bitcoin show up in the way that you manage your finances now? So you started, say in 2015, 2016 as a software engineer in tech, and you dismissed Bitcoin when it came your way, much like I did at the time. It just seemed like too complicated. I couldn't really get into it. I definitely had a friend who was asking questions about reality, who was talking about it to his friends. I was like, I just don't have the mental energy to get into this right now. To and to a realization of what was happening in the larger socioeconomic, geopolitical kind of environment, and understanding the way that the fruits of your labor as a man, as you said, in the deep six figures, was being taken from you in retirement instead of being. I mean, I lived in Northern California. I worked in tech as well. I did my own startup years ago, so I've seen this process. And you're right. There's so much easy money there. The only place that there might be slightly easier money is in Hollywood right now, where they seem to have billions of dollars to throw to just pour down an endless hole of propaganda. But definitely, there's so much easy money there. And to see your own labors, at what sounds like a pretty high level, taken from a 5-year horizon of retirement to 15 years, like what a crushing feeling that must be. And so to begin to ask questions and to find that Bitcoin provides so many answers, what role does it hold? Like, how does it actually actualize? I know the answer to this question, but I want men to hear it so they can understand just what you can do with Bitcoin, not just as something you throw in a wallet and put away, but as a way that you can actually live. And I want to just tie those threads, and then we'll go on from there into talking about the larger issues of monetary reset, which I think are so important.
Yeah. So let's see. I was saving in Bitcoin every check, and I think of my.
Hold on, you're breaking up a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so I was saving in Bitcoin every check, and I just thought of it as a piggy bank. And once I got comfortable, I increased the amount that I was saving until I became more learned. And I kind of came to this place that I realized that the world monetary system is extremely dysfunctional. And
it's a kind way of putting it.
There's probably like $100 trillion of, like, conservatively speaking, like $100 trillion of wealth that's simply looking to preserve its value, that's invested in various activities attempting to do so. Real estate, bonds, treasuries, equities. But at the end of the day, it all has the same goal. It just doesn't want to be, it wants to be preserved. Okay. And so it's across the spectrum where it's all this wealth is being fancy as it can to survive inflation.
Mm-hmm.
And as I became more comfortable with Bitcoin, I started to wonder, like, when I held Bitcoin, it was once I had secured it in a wallet, and I would buy it every check, and I would transfer those sats into my wallet, and it was easy. I mean, I realized at no cost, once I had built this muscle memory, this knowledge, at no cost to myself, I was able to preserve my wealth and furthermore benefit from the idea that that Bitcoin was still in this speculative monetization phase, right? Where many other in the world had not figured that out, right? They had not figured out that they were doing all this extra work, this extremely labor-intensive work to preserve their wealth. And I wasn't doing that. I was simply holding coin in a wallet. And I could put all my energy into earning power. I didn't have to, I know. And I kind of realized, okay, this savings account I have with Bitcoin is beating everything else I do. It's beating my index fund. It's beating my stock picks. It's beating, it's beating my side hustles, right? And so then I said, okay, well, I started projecting math forward, looking at Bitcoin's history and just thinking through, like, if I had $1 trillion and I was the lead of a capital fund, how much more efficient would it be to simply park that in Bitcoin? If our aim is to hold, is to have a guarantee that wealth is not going anywhere, and that it would stand up against inflation, why wouldn't I simply put it in Bitcoin and call it a day? I realized this massive labor difference between all the fancy things we do to try and save money, because we can't save it in fiat. So we're all investors. We're all competing with each other. And I realized that there's a massive opportunity there, because if you're like Apple, for example, you have like $1 billion of cash that just got cut in half in terms of what you could buy with it, right?
Yeah.
They need that to be liquid so they have access to purchasing power. Why isn't that in Bitcoin? Because there isn't a market that's more liquid than Bitcoin in terms of immediately being able to have access to purchasing power. And Apple's held that for five plus years, right? So they're not spending it within the 2+ year horizon, or 0 to 2 year horizon. So I started to realize that, conservatively, Bitcoin's at like a $1 trillion market cap right now, and that there was at least $100 trillion worth of wealth that was doing too much labor in too sophisticated of ways and still failing to preserve its value. And now that money printing was getting really steep, that it would make its way into Bitcoin because, math, right? Because of math. And so gradually I kind of went where I got to this place that I was like, why do I have other investments? Why do I have, and I kept thinking, the age old wisdom of diversification. But what really made me second guess that was this growing idea that Bitcoin is money. And there's nothing more, money is the optionality of everything else, right? So if all I had was money, I have nothing but options, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so there's nothing more diverse than money in the sense that I can access any good and service with it. And so if my thesis was growing in conviction that Bitcoin was becoming money in the eyes of the world because of this effortless mechanism that stores your value, and that everyone would eventually come in, then why do I have parts of my wealth pretending to, because I knew it wasn't actually succeeding in equities and real estate. I knew it was actually losing purchasing power as inflation was steepening, because I knew that the CPI that they told everyone, 2% or whatever, was a lie, because you could engineer the bucket. So all I had to do was make my own bucket of the things I cared to buy. And it revealed that my CPI, because everyone has their own CPI on different time horizons of goods and services you want to buy. My CPI was like 25% before 2020. And after 2020, it was like 60%. So that means the half-life on your wealth, regardless of where you're parking it, is getting exponentially smaller. Meaning the chances that you'll be able to buy any of those things a decade from now disappeared in 2020. And so most people are so caught up and confused with COVID, they don't realize what's happening to them from a money point of view.
Yeah.
And they don't realize the gravity of this situation. But I started to realize it in 2018. And between 2018 and 2020, I went from a position of saving in Bitcoin to having the entirety of my monetary energy in Bitcoin. Every investment I'd moved over. And so I was essentially 99% Bitcoin. But I still, I would get my paycheck, I would pay off my bills, right? And then whatever was left would go into Bitcoin. So that's kind of where I was in 2020. That really changed my experience, my life, my lived experience, because what I felt was everyone around me, the cost of living for them was going up at a steeper and steeper pace. Mine was going down at a steeper and steeper pace.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I had to deal with the 0 to 2 year Bitcoin, and that turns you into a grizzly sailor, because 0 to 2 year Bitcoin is it's overtly up and down. So you emotionally, that will turn you into a Buddhist monk, because you have to learn to live with that. Yeah. But the 2+ year Bitcoin is actually, if you look at like the 200 or 300 weekly moving average of Bitcoin, which just eliminates the topsoil, like it eliminates all that that short-term movement, you see that it's just this this linear growth on the logarithmic scale, which is to say it's growing exponentially, which is what every technology company on earth experiences who succeed. So like Facebook has this exponential growth curve. And that visualize, you wouldn't be able to visualize it on a normal chart because the growth is so steep that it wouldn't make any sense. It would look like a straight up line. But if you look at it on a logarithmic chart, which is specially designed to visualize exponential growth, you'll see that it's this kind of this nice gradual curve that looks very linear from the bottom left to the top right on the logarithmic scale. And it actually prints a big S curve, which is to say, which is a nice way of saying that the whole world essentially loaded into Facebook, right? Mm-hmm. The whole internet world loaded into Facebook. And Bitcoin is showing, it's still at the bottom of an S curve, but it's showing the same characteristic, which is an S curve being printed on the logarithmic scale as the whole world realizes they need a way to defend their family's life savings from inflation.
Yep.
And so that's where I ended up. I ended up in 2020 that I was 99% into Bitcoin. And then recently I started asking myself, like, why even make the pit stop in dollars, right? Why get paid in dollars and then after everything's said and done, sweep into Bitcoin. And I started doing math on it, and this is a little bleeding edge, but I started asking, like, could I just live on $0, right? Could I just live in a way where I'm 100%, I'm kind of like a Bitcoin citizen, and then, I'm in the United States, so yeah, I'll convert to the local currency when I just pay a bill or something. Could I ascend beyond my nation state currency? And the math was good. To me, the math showed that on a 0 to 2 year scale, sometimes my bills would be more expensive than others, but sometimes it would be cheaper. And on a 2+ year time frame, it would always be cheaper, and not even in a small way, like in a very, very large, significant way. My mortgage, my groceries, and everything all my expenses would become cheaper. So as long as I could be a 2+ year guy and think in that way, in that long time horizon, that it would actually make sense to not even have dollars in a checking account. And so I've been playing with a service called Level, LVL.co. It's just this seed startup out of Austin, so they're really nascent. But the whole idea is they give me a checking account, and I just choose whether the monetary energy is stored in dollars or Bitcoin. And you can do everything that you want with a checking account. So I can go to the ATM, or I can send a wire transfer, or I can do an ACH, or and so all the things you expect from a bank in the fiat world. Except I just hold that value in Bitcoin. And so, and they support direct deposit. So, in a funny way, you can get a job negotiated in dollar terms, but you can still have yourself paid in Bitcoin, because you could just say, never hold dollars, always hold Bitcoin in this Bitcoin bank. And what I found is as it's grown, as it's grown in purchasing power, I just offload some of those sats to my offline wallet so that it's not all sitting inside that bank. And so it's been a couple months, and I've been living off Bitcoin, as a Bitcoin citizen. And yeah, so far the thesis is holding strong. I think we're going to see more competitors enter this space of how do normal people just live on Bitcoin and just check out of the dollar system?
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, I'm excited about that, and but in regards to recommendations of specific solutions, I would say never trust anyone without doing your own footwork. Level is this brand new startup, so I'm taking a risk on them. They could just fail, right, and take my checking account with them. So do your own footwork and never take anything on face value. Don't trust me. Trust yourself and build your own thesis. But What I will say is the math is very good. The same math that says that your saving accounts can grow exponentially and therefore outpace inflation. That logic can be applied to your checking. The big trade-off is that as you spend, Bitcoin is property. It's like a stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you held all your value in Apple, well, you had to sell some Apple to buy groceries, right?
Yeah.
And that's a taxable event. So you have to account for that and you have to pay taxes on it. And so like the way that I do it is I just put all my expenses on a credit card. My household does. And then once a month, I turn some Bitcoin into some dollars, pay off the credit card. And at the end of the year, I'll have like 12 taxable events. Level auto generates a form. So I just upload that to TurboTax. And if I made money in dollar terms, it's like, okay, I sell a little more Bitcoin and pay the tax. That to me is better than being in the dollar system as we get closer to a fallout of confidence in government money. Especially when you consider, like in Venezuela, there's an inflection point where you would receive bolivars for your work, right? You would like race to the grocery store to buy all your groceries at once because that would get you more groceries than if you waited the next day because your money was losing value so quickly.
Yeah.
And so like, if you were a Venezuelan and you learned to live on dollars back then, yeah, that would have been really smart. That would have been really smart. And even if you had a tax headache because of it, it still would have been net smart because when hyperinflation sets in, you don't even want to hold that local currency for hours.
Right.
Because holding it for hours can rob you of, you get paid every 4 weeks. You hold that fiat currency for hours because you're going to pay your bills and buy things and then save. You could get robbed in that window. That's the point. And so that it's just that thinking ported over as the United States loses dollar hegemony. I think we'll have the same inflection point where, holding dollars for days or weeks or hours can punish you. So if you can, I started to think like, okay, the best time to learn to live on Bitcoin would be before my local currency collapsed. And so, I'm kind of at the end of the Bitcoin progression, and I don't necessarily recommend people start there. But what I would say is like, start where I started. Like, if you get your feet wet saving with Bitcoin and you realize, and just watch the performance over a couple of years, you're going to realize that nothing really can compete with it in ease, in appreciation, in security, in terms of like the absoluteness of knowing that no one can no one can access it but you, no one can debase it, no one can print it. It doesn't have a government. It doesn't need a government. It actually takes money away, the ability to create money away from the government. The same kind of value proposition of separating religion and state. It kind of separates money and state. And as a man, that's important, right? You don't want a government that's becoming more and more tyrannical, reaching deeper and deeper into our lives. You actually want it to get thinner, leaner. You want the government to look like a services provider that does some self-defense, and that's about it, right? You don't really want it to become what it's becoming. And so there's a justice element to it too, because not only was it just better math, right? Like it brought my retirement age back to where it was supposed to be, right? It gave me a guarantee about the future because I knew there would only be 21 million Bitcoin. And as the whole world's losing their mind, printing trillions and trillions of banknotes, that my wealth was stored in this digital scarcity. But I also knew that as more people woke up, it would actually deteriorate the ability for the government to steal people's life savings. And if everyone woke up, theoretically, you wouldn't even be able to print money because you would have no customers that wanted it. So in this weird way, we're giving the government its power because we're conducting our lives, and it's fake money.
Well said. Well said. Well, so, oh God, there's a thousand different directions to go with this, but I think I'm curious about the period of time in your life where it sounds like a couple things were happening at once. Like as you were moving from having all of your income and all of your savings in dollars, you transitioned to now being 100% in Bitcoin. And it sounds like there were some sticking points where, because I think we all go through this as men in our waking up process of things that are so familiar and seem so right, but that we have to learn to let go of because we see the injustice or the flaws or the dysfunction burned into it. So, for example, I had a man on my podcast named Matt Bodrow, and he runs an Acton Academy, which is like a decentralized kind of charter school thing. And what he deals with parents is parents being so resistant to taking their kids out of what they know is the failing public school system. They know it. They see the wokeness, they see the terribleness, they see the masks and the forced vaccines and the whole thing, and they know it's wrong, and yet they still have trouble decoupling themselves from that system and trusting a charter school system, which is objectively superior in terms of educating kids and preparing them for the market and giving them a broader perspective on life, et cetera, and teaching them, intellectual independence and all that. They see that, and yet they still struggle to let go of what feels familiar and comfortable, and in some ways, like maybe even genetically ingrained over the past century or so. So it sounds like you were dealing with a little bit of that naturally as you made that transition from any amount in fiat to 100% in Bitcoin, just letting that old system go. But it sounds like it was really liberating for you, and that was also parallel to your journey in understanding masculinity and personal responsibility and family. Do I have that kind of right? What that process looked like?
Yeah, I think so. We've all been inundated with different financial advice for coping with the characteristics of the fiat system. Diversification is a big one, right? Because you're forced to be an investor and you can't simply save. You can't just save, that means that there's inherent competition, right? Investors compete with each other. And because of that, you need to have a handful of strategies because one could just really fail.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really cruel and unjust. I mean, in a weird way, you're competing to see who can retire.
Ugh.
And that's it. And I realized with something pure like a Bitcoin, where it's mathematically enforced 21 million slots, 21 million slots of real estate is one way to think about it. It's like internet real estate. There's 21 million spots, and within that, there's 100 million sats each, but there's never going to be more. And I kind of realized as I learned more about money that Bitcoin fulfilled all the properties of money better than anything we'd ever seen. And so in the fiat world, you diversify because you're competing, and there's not a perfect way to save your money. So you need to do it a handful of ways. But with money, with perfect money, you don't need to diversify. You actually want concentration in optionality, and money in its purest form is optionality. And so that was one of the hardest things, going from, just using it as a savings account to having all my investable capital in it was quite a jump, right? It's like I had to kind of overcome that feeling of what about diversification. And I think what I would say is that start small, because Bitcoin really will change you. I can only share my experience of the phenomena, is that it will completely reprogram the way that you think about money. And so I went from all my investable capital in Bitcoin, and then I went and retooled my retirement and put all my retirement in Bitcoin, because I realized fundamentally we were dealing with a new money here that couldn't be debased, and that it was going to change the world. But even then, going from 0 to 99% was easier than going from 99% to 100. Like, actually learning to live on, saving on Bitcoin is easy because you kind of set it and forget it, and you say, okay, in the future I'll figure out I'll think through the implications of spending it. It's actually the same thing, the same way people think about their retirement, right? Down the road, you're going to spend your retirement, not now. So right now, just focus on building it, right? So that's an easy way to think. And that's how most people start with Bitcoin. And it wasn't until I realized that I didn't have we weren't going to have the luxury of that because of monetary reset, because of hyperinflation. However we default, whether it's through printing and hyperinflation or through insolvency and a deflationary spiral, regardless of the mechanical outcome of how government money will fail. It's the realization that there's an inflection point where today you hold dollars for a couple of weeks and you're good. And you invest the rest. There's an inflection point where you won't even want to do that. And so I'm like, I should get ahead of that.
Yeah.
It's always better to front load pain. And if you really believe that we're going to go through that type of pain, and I do. I think that the United States, commanding, dollar dominance over the world, I think those days are over. I think countries are sort of pivoting out of dollar dependence. I think we've passed the threshold where the United States buys more of its debt than foreign countries. So the sovereign debt is not attractive. That's what backs treasuries. That's what gives treasuries its purchasing power. That's what gives our money its purchasing power. We used to export a lot of our inflation to poorer countries because we would import their cheap products. And so we're exporting inflation, importing deflation of essential goods and services. That seems to be coming to an end. So this inflation will have nowhere to go, and it really is like the Cuba. I can't decide if it's more like Cuba or more like Japan, but we're turning the corner on being the reserve currency of the world.
Yeah,
and that means the money, the paradigm of money is going to change drastically, and that will affect everything in terms of what investing strategies actually do something, what don't. And so, I had to let go of all the habits and behaviors of a country losing its reserve currency, and all of those fallacies I had to let go of. And diversification is one. A lot of these high labor, wealth preserving methods is another. Like this, this sticky idea that like rentals is good, or this sticky idea that index funds will always work. It'll always give compound interest. And when you rerun everything through this, rerun any investment strategy with 40% inflation, it all breaks. Right. It's all broke. And that's where we're at today. There's not a single one that works. So that took a lot of courage to admit to myself and realize and feed that into a thesis. So you might say, like, in 2018 terms, Laser, what you're doing is out of control, risky, and dangerous. But in 2020 terms, or 2021 terms, 2022 terms, it's not the same cost benefit analysis. And so if you can't come up with a thesis without being honest about the externalities and the real costs around you of not doing something, because not changing your strategy is a strategy. Mm-hmm. So on the financial end, a little Bitcoin goes a long way to changing how you think about money, and it goes a long way to changing how you think about personal responsibility. Money printing is a great force that's causing people, money printing is the best salesman of Bitcoin, because people are like, oh, am I okay? Right? Am I doing things okay? And you kind of get worried, and most people, are wondering if they're okay financially. So, everything that's harmful has the effect of creating something better. And so, like this woke ideology that's rampant in government schooling is having the effect of a resurgence of homeschooling, micro schools, and people looking, school choice.
Mm-hmm.
right? And so in a weird way, it's like it births a better new phase in that sector. All this rampant social network censorship is having the effect of having people look elsewhere for like networks that allow freedom of speech, and how do they protect their communications, and how do they talk with their loved ones and their family safely using encryption and this and that. People like going to like Signal and these type of things, right? So it's only having the effect of pushing people building better defenses so that they have more control over their lives. And all this this weaponized food, where it's basically hormone disruptors throughout the whole food chain, all this factory food, is finally having the effect of people waking up, and there's this sort of growing revolt against industrial seed oils
Mm-hmm.
and hidden estrogens in all of our food. And the medical establishment prioritizing pharma and neglecting nutrition and functional medicine is having the effect of a greater and greater remnant waking up to ancestral living, ancestral health. That, hey, you need a medical complex for intervention. You get a car accident, or you have a rare cancer that develops to the point you need intervention in that moment. Okay, you need a medical complex for that. But we're using it for health, and you shouldn't use it for health. So in a weird way, we're in this kind of the fall of the fiat era, and all the worst parts about it are turned up to 100, and it's having the effect of creating a better world. But you need to be aware of each of these things in order to see the new world that's coming into view, and to join that. And so, I think you can't have that new world without money as the foundation. I mean, money is how we trade our time. There's nothing inherently evil about money. Money is a tool, right? Yep. You store your time in it. Good and bad things come in human behavior. So what do you do with that tool? And you need money as a foundation for a society. And so, to a certain degree, there's like a new world emerging. Mm-hmm. Like a unstoppable money that can't be debased or printed in like a Bitcoin. And you have like these micro schools and homeschooling movement where people are like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have our kids in government schools, right? Mm-hmm. So that's really good. And you have this functional health and pro ancestral food community that's like, hey, maybe we shouldn't eat food from factories and animals that are on, eating GMO estrogens and maybe we should eat food the way our ancestors did. And these communities that are saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be using Apple and Windows, which spy on us, and maybe we should be using like Linux and talking to each other on Signal, and maybe we should be valuing our communication and defending it with privacy mechanisms. And so you can kind of see like off in the distance that this inversion between the government and the individual and families is at hand. That families are going to have autonomy by way of defending their autonomy. And so, like, to me, that's exhilarating. It's exciting. Mm-hmm. That gives me meaning. And I think that's the type of thing that made me get deeper and deeper into this world. And so in 2021, I retired from software, and I left Washington, which had gone batshit crazy with COVID mandates. Yeah, they completely forgot their freedom. They forgot, they couldn't tell up from down. They were absolutely devastated. And I came to Texas, and Texas is, the cities aren't great, but if you go a couple hours outside of the cities, you would forget that COVID's a thing if you didn't get on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I kind of realized that, like, in a way, like Bitcoin was kind of teaching us. Like Bitcoin taught me that I could mathematically, like, I could make my life savings expensive to tyranny, right? Like it would be it would be extremely expensive to compromise the effort that I put in my career and that I intended to use building a family, right? That no one could really afford to come in and take that money anymore because of Bitcoin. And I realized the same stuff, like a lot of what we see with COVID is happening in cities because the return on tyranny in cities is really good because population density is high.
So great. I love that way. That's a great way of looking at it.
And so I'm like, well, what happens if I just leave the city? Does my family get more expensive to tyranny? I'm like, yeah, definitely. Yeah. So we left the city, and that's been the case. It's like, yeah, it's not impossible, but reaching out into the countryside where there are hundreds of millions and bringing tyranny to their doorstep, it's not going to work. It's too expensive. And I got into gun culture for the same reason. I'm like, this gives me like this asymmetric defense, right? It doesn't stop tyranny, but if we all had if there was a strong gun ownership culture, that specter of gun ownership, it kind of changes the power mechanics, right? Where suddenly you can kind of say no. And I think the testament of that is that we haven't had like vaccine passports yet in the US because there's millions and millions of families that just seriously would never do it. You're going to have to drag them house by house. What are you going to do about that? It's going to get messy in a very public way that would affect politics. So it's that as a force, just the specter, knowing that families have firearms is a big deal in terms of the dynamics, the power dynamics between the government and its people. I mean, look at Australia.
Yeah.
Disarmed. And now they're living in what looks a lot like a Chinese style social scoring governance system, just branded for the West, disguised in COVID.
Wow.
And compared to that to the US, in some places it's gotten a little weird, but largely you can opt out. And so I opted out with money. I opted out by moving away from the COVID craziness. I helped my family get off of iPhones and get on to de-Googled Android phones. So just Android with Google removed. And I know there's like two popular products. There's like Calyx and Graphene OS, but they both do the same thing. They get Google out of your life, but you still have a phone. You're in charge. You're not being spied on. And we communicate with like Signal. And it's good. Is that you kind of realize, wow, boy, does that make your activities and your thoughts between your loved ones, it just raises the cost on bringing hell to you. And if everyone did it, think about it. You're essentially showing the government the door. You're saying, you know what? We think we're done being mass surveilled for every purpose you can imagine. And so I kind of took the lesson from Bitcoin and realized that in each part of my life, I could lift the drawbridge. I could become expensive to tyranny. And what would that do to autonomy? And sure enough, the autonomy and the degree of sovereignty in my life went way up. And as a man, that you become this thick, stable, cool, calm, collected wall that can be trusted, because you understand that there's no way to have no risk in your life. There's a risk gradient. You can move down the risk gradient by increasing the cost of tyranny. And that's what Bitcoin taught me. And it's absolutely transformed my life. And I think that we're going to have a Bitcoin era where people start by defending themselves from inflation, and they realize that from a technological point of view, a lot of the things they complain about and they characterize as government tyranny, you can actually just defend yourself from and eliminate that behavior, make it off limits, or make it so, together we can make those activities so expensive that they lose in sort of the war on the family, the war on men. And they lose the ability to launch totalitarian governments, that look a lot like China. And so, in a weird way, Bitcoin helped me grow up the rest of the way. I was this man child that was benefiting off Silicon Valley, off easy money, and I was able to stay young, stay immature. I didn't have a lot of responsibility. I lived in a little apartment. I went out and ate and drank and really lived this posh life. It was really nice. And then, reality started to show up, and I wasn't ready for it. And thank gosh, I had something to cling to, like a Bitcoin, that I could serve as a basis to build a man out of myself, and realize that, a lot of the ailments that the world complains about is we've created it we've created it by allowing it. And what would it mean to stop allowing it? And so I think it's transformational.
What an incredible story. And it's really powerful to hear that, because I think it's something that many men can relate to. And I think that doorway into manhood, to growing up from being a boy into a man, shows up in every man's life differently. It comes in through a different door. Whether you read a piece of information somewhere online that doesn't compute, or a friend gives you a book to read, or whatever, that there's so many stories right now of how does it show up in our lives that we realize something isn't right, and we start asking questions, and we recognize that everything that we've learned about the world is wrong, and we let go of it, and then we grow up as men and grow into personal accountability, responsibility, and sovereignty. And I think it's so fascinating that showed up. I mean, it showed up in my life through travel. It showed up in my life through pursuit of spirituality and religion. And that was the door that it came into my life through, because I was always really interested in asking questions. You mentioned Occupy Wall Street. I was actually part of Occupy San Francisco back in the day, back in like 2010, 2011. And I would go to all the meetings, and and I was really furious about the banks. That was the reason why I was there. I thought it was completely criminal and unjust that these banks could just nuke the economy, and like the everyday average person was paying the cost on that. And meanwhile, Lloyd Blankfein's doing fine. Like, lock that dude up, Jamie Dimon, all these dudes. I thought it was maddening. And meanwhile, I've got all my progressive friends who are like, I'm showing up in the rain and the cold in the evenings in San Francisco for about a year, trying to get my quote unquote progressive friends to actually show up and be counted for something. And they're like, nah. And so that was my first insight into what was actually going on in that. But from being within Occupy, I would go to all these meetings, and I would see all these different interest groups competing for whose thing was the most important. I support the spotted owl, and this is the most important angle, or climate change or whatever. And so all these different groups were trying to say, which is the key issue if we address, will be the one that solves the problem. And I was thinking about this as I was there, and I realized, what's at the root of all this? This can't just be 1,000 different problems. I wonder if there's a problem beneath it. And that was what sent me on a journey to understanding the Federal Reserve and all of that, and start asking larger questions about how that works. But the information that really woke me up came through another door, particularly some of the doors related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That was kind of what woke me up, because I really wanted to look at, who are these crazy people that are creating all this suffering in the world, and what's going on with them. And so that was my doorway in, and then exploring different religious aspects. But and that led me to realize, oh wait, there's this evil. There's this evil that's controlling the world and trying to get people to consent to give their free will over to the system that we participate in so many different ways, that we give our life force energy to, whether it's what we watch on TV, or the books that we read, or the music that we listen to, or the food that we eat. It doesn't sustain people. And I could see this firsthand in San Francisco. It wasn't making people happier. It especially wasn't making men happier. It was making them weak. It was making them, and me as well, soft and weak, and unable to form really strong bonds with each other, have honest conversations, and unable to lead in a relationship. Just sort of lots of passivity that, like you said, led to the really nice kind of way of living in a city, which is I've got food, I've got all these different luxury items, and it's kind of nice, but there's something missing within myself. And so I put all these pieces together and realized that I needed to know more about what it meant to be a man because I hadn't been given that by my upbringing or my culture. And so I set off on this around the world journey to test myself in all of these various ways, whether it be sailing or trekking across the desert or climbing mountains and meditating for hours and doing all the stuff and really testing myself and reading as much as I could about manhood and masculinity. And I came with some really good answers, came back with some really good answers like you did about I need to grow up. Like I've been outsourcing my responsibility of all these different aspects of my life to this giant system that doesn't have my best interests at heart. And so it's been a gradual, slow process of like taking that responsibility onto myself piece by piece. And I'm not married. I don't have a girlfriend or kids right now. So I know that that's definitely a part of it. But taking back all of this responsibility has been so massively empowering while also scary to do, to recognize like, wow, can I really take this onto myself? And that's so great to hear that, I had my story with that. You had your story with that through Bitcoin. And we've actually kind of arrived in the same point in our lives. You came in through your door and I came in through my door. And I'm finding so many men are gathering in this place now where they've all come in through different doors and they're asking the same question. What are we going to do? What is this new world that we're going to birth, that we feel is being birthed and is being birthed through us? What are we going to do about that? And so that's why I love these conversations, because they're being had in so many different ways, particularly around the responsibility of men. And so go ahead, sorry.
Most understand with Occupy Wall Street that the business cycle, right? We all have this rage. They're bailing out banks and bailing out industry. Wall Street gets bailed out. Mainstream doesn't. That activated the progressive left. They totally got it. So everyone knows the business cycle. Fewer know the sovereign cycle.
You read my mind.
Large debt cycle. And the reason is if you think it's unjust to bail out banks and industry, wait till you see what bailing out government looks like. Yeah. And we're living through it. Living through it. And it's such a huge injustice, and it requires such deep confiscation of wealth in order to rectify these balance sheets and reset the game, that they can't allow people to see it plainly, is the hard truth. Mm-hmm. The hard truth is that they have to obfuscate it, and they have to essentially traumatize their people so that they are mired in confusion and essentially in a holding pattern for about 4 to 6 years while they do this procedure. And so when you start thinking about it as like, oh wow, I see, they're going to confiscate our money to bail out the government. Think of it as like a bigger Occupy Wall Street, a bigger business cycle, the sovereign cycle. Of course, they can't have that be plainly known, because that would lead to the toppling of the government. It would lead to a global revolt.
Yep.
Now, when you imagine it's not just one government that broke, when it's the whole world, the whole monetary system is fundamentally insolvent, and that we're knee deep in sovereign default. The whole world needs a coordinated answer to reset. It's not enough to reset one nation's balance sheets. So COVID, through that lens, starts seeming extremely politically convenient that you would have the whole world fixated on this global catastrophe. Mm-hmm. And instead of the forced austerity that would come through default, the austerity that would, basically everyone having to live through a depression because governments were fiscally irresponsible and stole our money and gave it to insiders, right? And of course, we'd go find them and hang them if that was plainly known.
Yeah.
And so instead, you have austerity not because governments were fiscally irresponsible and were living in built society on top of money printing and debt. Instead, you have austerity because of a global pandemic. Mm-hmm. Your spending is down because we're all living through this catastrophe together. It can't be helped because the world needs to make it through this situation. And so the old way doesn't work anymore. We need a new world that is pandemic proof,
Mm-hmm.
that a virus can't hurt a single person. And that, at the end of this, instead of a business cycle, this end of the sovereign cycle, they have to do this. And the structure of society is highly malleable because we're all in lockdown. We're all waiting for orders. When are we going to be allowed to return to the old way? Right. And there is no return to the old way. They're sculpting society. They're upgrading it to a new form. And to put it another way, the West is completely committed to launching a new form of government in this very opportune time.
Yeah.
And that's why there's not a single COVID bombshell that seems to stop what we're in.
Right.
We keep going through this insanity loop. And the reason is they've pre-committed to, so COVID is a distraction. That's what's keeping you in your house. That's what's allowing them to make unilateral changes. They've suspended law essentially, and they're upgrading the government. And they're doing it in the likeness of China. China has this high-tech governance approach where they essentially everyone's surveilled by cameras and surveilled online. You all have a digital ID, so that they scan your face, and you have some type of global digital ID that you could never escape from, like biometrics. Yeah. And then they calculate a social score for you. And then all throughout society, they have these gates, right? So if your social score is not high enough, you can't move around freely in the city. You can't travel. You're kind of, you can't get apartments. You can't get jobs. And same thing, they limit your access to the internet. If you're very compliant and you behave the way they like, you get increased mobility. You get increased access to society, the internet success. And so in this way that China has actually replaced law on paper, replaced their judicial system with a algorithm. And so all you have to do is instruct programmers to craft the social scoring algorithm a certain way. And the rest of the world, the rest of our governments are looking at China and saying, wow, for an order of magnitude less cost, they have an order of magnitude more control over their people. We want that. We want that system in the West. And so COVID's being used as a conduit to export that form of high-tech governance locally. And so what I expect you're going to see is a digital identity make its way this identity, or this decade. So whether you're scanning your face to pay your taxes, or you're scanning your face to get a driver's license or vote, or whether you're scanning it to get a COVID pass, they're going to need that digital identity, and then they're going to need movement passports. And COVID seemed like that's how they were going to try and get that, right? You need a vaccine passport, right? That's exactly like China. They have checkpoints everywhere based on your digital identity. It's very dystopian. Yeah. And they'll need internet passports as well. And so if your aim was to upgrade the government in the likeness of China, but branded for the West, branded in social justice, right? Disguised in COVID, then you would expect those three things: digital identity, movement passports, and internet passports. And during that time, you need a very heightened government presence that keeps people unaware that that's what's occurring. Afterwards, ironically, you can slim government way down because you have way more control than you've ever imagined. And you don't really need as many boots on the ground because everyone's in the context of that system. And so I think that's kind of what we're seeing. It's the West is broke. The money is broke. They can buy themselves time by locking us down, which reduces our spending. That maximizes the purchasing power of money printing. So the people that are reshaping society in the likeness of this high-tech governance system of China, probably to stay competitive on the government, in the form of governance, right? Because governments are businesses too. So they're using that money printing to upgrade society because they know that in a couple of years, they're going to have to reset balance sheets. And so they want to make sure when they let everyone out of their pens and people return to society, that they've made these unilateral changes that you could only do in this moment. You could only do when everyone's on house arrest, when there are curfews. And so, that's my basic thesis from observing everything that we're seeing. And because of that, the hysteria loop will have to continue this whole decade. So if COVID dies, then they'll have to replace it.
Yeah.
We don't just go back to the old way, because other words, people are going to realize that this is about the monetary system having failed, right? And so they don't want that the conversation can't be everyone wakes up tomorrow and says, hey, why doesn't the monetary system work anymore, right? The conversation has to be about some catastrophe that makes us all very careful about talking with each other, all very careful about moving around freely. And so, that's the thesis. And so thank God you have something like a Bitcoin, because if what I'm saying is true, it means that they're going to print the extent of our purchasing power.
Yeah.
They're going to activate it with money printing. And because they need to bail out the government this time. So if you were in Occupy Wall Street and you were angry that they were bailing out the banks, well, this is a bigger thing that's occurring right now. And so they need to traumatize the world, because it's the only way that it would create enough of a clusterfuck that you wouldn't actually ask the questions about the money.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about reset. You read my mind. That was the direction that I wanted to go in. Is before we start talking about this new world which can be born, let's talk a little bit about what it seems like we are going through and may potentially go through, and also kind of how it's going. Because the need to reset, you've taken all of our debt and it's out of control, and money is inflated seems like it's on the direction of being inflated to near worthlessness, and it's not sustainable because it's not meant to be, because there's a plan on the other side, and that's reset. And so let's talk a little bit about reset and what the dynamics of that are and how it seems to be working. You touched on a little bit of it now, with COVID being this big distraction, and maybe that distraction isn't quite panning out like they wanted to, so maybe there'll be another distraction so they can pull off this operation. What is the operation? What is the operation they're trying to pull off?
Yeah, so fundamentally, the government funds itself on money printing.
Mm-hmm.
So money comes into existence by creating debt, and that enters the monetary system. The monetary system is a two-circuit system. So there's a wholesale circuit where sovereigns do business with each other, and commercial banks exist in halfways. And this is where you see things like the underlying bucket of money. So it typically involves like gold, sovereign assets like land, partially made up of GDP. It's the thing that backs this paper money that we all use. Military prowess, trade agreements. So that's the wholesale circuit of the monetary system. And currently that's being reworked because that system has failed. Then there's the retail circuit of the monetary system. That's where we live. We live in that system. And this is where the other half of the commercial banks exist. And they lend out money out of nowhere that came from central banks. And that creates money in our circuit of the monetary system. Now, the flow of money between sovereigns and between industries is important to understand that it actually affects the price of goods and services, and so does demand and supply and demand. Okay, so there's a very complex landscape of variables that dictate like how products come into existence and their price. But predictably, as you introduce money, that increases the purchasing power of the people that get it first,
Yep.
at the cost of the people who don't. And so they go up and they purchase goods and services, and they bid up the price of those because there's a finite amount of goods and services. So if you have unlimited money and limited goods and services, the result of that is the cost of things goes up for the people who don't get the money, right? Who don't get the new money, I should say. So that's the retail circuit. Okay. Now, the government creates money, but it's not for free. It's essentially married. So the government the state is a monopoly on force. Okay.
Yep.
It controls violence. And in a way, it's kind of like a racket, right? It's you pay the government to defend you from the violence it would other words apply to you, right?
Yeah,
so it's kind of like a racket, right? You know, but the government has long married a monopoly on money because it's not politically easy to maintain high explicit taxes on people. If you tax a people 90%, eventually they're going to topple you. They're going to revolt,
especially if they're armed.
So, yeah, well, especially if the people are armed. But even without, you basically you have people throw their hands up in the air and society collapses, right? So both are, from a government's point of view, is like a bad apple.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the late 1600s, when you had the first central bank, there's been various forms of monetary magic developed, monetary science, where they've learned how to they've learned how to debase money. And debase money means just create more units through various forms of trickery and steal from the collective, from families, in order to fund the government through the back door,
mm-hmm.
without needing permission, without costing political points, without having to push it through elections, without having to make it popular. Okay. And over the last 400 years, they've gotten better at it. And in 1971, they got really good at it because they essentially they removed any attachment to sound money at all. So any attachment to gold or anything that would fundamentally limit their ability to conduct time theft on their people. And they've essentially switched the funding mechanism of the government directly to money printing. So taxes are really just a braking mechanism that prevent the pores from overheating the economy. Okay. Money printing is where the actual funding of the government comes from. And it's been that way since the 70s. So for 70 years or so. But the problem is that has the effect of destabilizing the economy fast. Like when you steal everyone's money, you destroy the world, in other words, and the world's no longer stable, and you get these crazy, suddenly you get money dying left and right. And so since the 70s, if you actually track the amount of countries who have had collapse because their money stopped working, it's a hockey stick. Mm-hmm. And so this new way of running the monetary system is very fortuitous to a tiny percentage of people who have access to all of our money, our time, but it actually destabilizes the whole world. And so, you have to manage that, right? You have to manage that because you want the benefits, but you have to manage the costs. And so what they do is when the sovereigns can no longer pay to service the debt that the central banks levy on them for creating the money to begin with, which is to say, as your country's creating money, you're giving more and more of the wealth to the central banks for the service of creating that money out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. At some point, the amount of debt that you have compared to your GDP, the ratio is so skewed that on paper, it's clear that the GDP won't even pay for the debt, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And a nice way to say this is the central banks have you by the balls at that point.
Yes.
And so they need payment. And the only way, and so either go to war and they'll come in and they'll take the assets. Not very good method anymore with nuclear proliferation, right? Like that model kind of, like war profiteering is actually dying, and that's evident when you see like the only places that the military industrial complex can operate is like, the desert, Middle East and this and that, right? The actual war industry is getting squeezed because of, ironically, countries are able to, how I was talking about defending every part of your life with this defense technology. That's kind of what nukes are for countries, right? Once you get nukes, like you kind of made it off limits to get invaded because you have this asymmetric force that you can just say, look, no. But that's a quagmire, right? It's a quagmire when your country is broke, is now a debt slave to a handful of families that helped it create money, and it needs to pay up. So the balance sheet broke, and so basically the sovereign's in a very tricky place at that point of either letting it all unravel, organically, sort of speaking, like allowing it to fail in an uncontrolled way. Or what they can do is they can essentially come up with a plan to carefully let the system down, carefully execute a controlled demolition of the system. That gives them the ability to print enough money to extract enough wealth in order to rectify their balance with the central banks. So they pay up the central banks. Then they can reset the balance sheet and start all over again. If they didn't have the global catastrophe, they would have nothing to point at to say, we did all this money printing, we stole all, everyone's wealth, everyone's retirement, but it can't be helped because of that. Well, if you didn't have that, then the world would just topple their governments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you need a global catastrophe. You need a world war. With nuclear proliferation, you can't really have the same type of world war that we had before. So you need a new type of war. And so, a global pandemic is a great way to have a world war where you're not firing bullets. The collateral damage is very low. It's mostly happening in people's heads, but you can still extract all the capital necessary to rectify the debt burden and reset the balance sheet. And that allows the monopoly on power, on force, to stay in business. The same people get to stay there. And another way to say this is they can extend the fiat experiment, right? Because if we knew the cost of the fiat experiment, we would end it, especially now that we have Bitcoin in hand. Yeah. But instead of the collective rage that our government is stealing from 90% of the people, handing it to central bankers and all the insiders that have cozied up to them, instead they've replaced that outrage with a kind of shared conflict, right? Now we're all in war. We're all huddled down together trying to survive this thing, right? So that's that's reset in a nutshell. When the government is broke, it becomes very scared that it might not be able to guarantee its own continuity, its own persistence, and so it needs to lock down its people while it pays off the bank and starts over. That's reset.
Mm-hmm. And resets that would have been conducted through wars in the past. Now we can't actually go to any meaningful hot war anymore, which for better or worse, I think that's a net improvement. Nonetheless, if the global banks, because we're not dealing at the nation state level anymore, we're dealing at a global level, if they need to orchestrate some sort of quote unquote war to get everyone looking in that other direction, like looking towards the catastrophe, while in the background they're taking everyone's money to service their own debt, which they built up. There's, look over there, and then they snatch the money out of people's pockets to pay off the debt that they engineered. That's what we're looking at with COVID, is this globally engineered catastrophe. Just to summarize what you're saying, this globally engineered catastrophe to distract the people from what's actually going on with their money. Because if they could see what was going on with their money, if they had the perhaps even attention span really to understand the monetary system, to understand where money comes from, to understand the flaws, to understand what the system has been doing for the past 400 years, if they could actually see it, as you say, they would revolt. And we're reaching the end of this debt kind of cycle, which is bigger than any debt cycle in history. And so if that were just kind of allowed to happen on its own, collapse, you would have that revolt. So instead, let's do a worldwide quote unquote war to distract everyone while we, as you say, reset the balance sheets. And I like how the first thing that I heard you say that really perked up my ears, like this is an interesting perspective, is this idea of Malthusian fear spells. Now I know that that's probably going to be, they're talking about Thomas Malthus. I mean, we can get into that for sure, but how COVID, in some sense, if it's replaced by climate change or all these other potential excuses, all these other wars that we're going to be fighting globally. You had this term Malthusian fear spell to summarize kind of what they are and where they get their energy. So maybe unpack that a little bit so that we can see like what these things might actually be that are being pushed to us through the media all the time. That there's no there. It's a fear spell. But what is the nature of that spell?
Yeah. So in the industry of governance and statecraft, to no small degree, nationalism and patriotism has been useful to conduct these global dramatizations that we think of as world war. And the actual amount of people in a world war is fairly small. The collateral damage is not that large, but it's a great a shared conflict that everyone that defined their lives. And it really made it where you would huddle in place. They would inundate you with propaganda, keeping you traumatized for about a decade while they took everyone to the cleaners, they bailed out the sovereigns, and they upgraded society based on how they planned the next version of governance to look. So it's something like, it's like a 70 to 100 year cycle. And
so can I interrupt you real quick? So I just want to make clear, you're talking like you're talking about World War I and World War II as essentially giant distractions for what they were doing with the monetary system. Like that's the thesis, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The thesis is that underneath all of it, all wars are bankers' wars. All wars are the manifest business of monetary colonization. That central banking is an imperial force that is draping itself over all of our families' times in order to conduct planetary usury. It's money. It's the money changers, and in sort of the view of the Christians, it's the money changers. And so that's the core thesis, and that in doing so, the problem with the system that they've derived is it's very efficacious at usury and time theft and creating debt slaves of everyone, but it also it is destabilizing the world quicker and quicker, and it has a lot of downstream side effects that are undesirable. And population went parabolic after 1970, and it could be for a lot of reasons about like sanitary, better conditions with sanitation and antibiotics and broader food access, but disconnect, basically creating a welfare state, a nanny state, allowed population growth to explode. And so we went from like under 1 billion to 8 billion in like 70 years. Mm-hmm. and that's when the fiat era started. And so in a weird way, this system has created like a massive underclass of useless feeders, of people who they're net negative in terms of they consume more resources than they produce. And that's a quagmire that money printing created. And of course, now they're talking about it. It's these externalities are kind of nasty. Like you could also look at nature and say, wow, the ability of 8 billion people to spoil nature is 8 times greater than the ability of 1 billion. And so you can actually start seeing that we're like leaving a dent on the niceness of Earth, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. And at least there's a sprawl where we're covering a lot of Earth, and a lot of these nice nature areas are no longer unspoiled. And so, if you're the monopoly on money and you've been the sole proprietor of all this wealth creation. That's, you could have all the money in the world, but the best parts of being are sort of being encroached upon by this sprawling, unproductive population. And so, okay, you have all this wealth, but there's a quandary there. There's also another technological thing happening. Jeff Booth from within the Bitcoin space, he talks about technology as a deflationary force, meaning as technology has improved, it's fought down the cost of things because it's made companies so much more efficient. And this has really gotten a lot of people in the governance and statecraft industry like thinking. They're worried that as artificial intelligence and machine learning and robotics and computer vision, as these fields become better and better, that like a non-insignificant percentage of the world will be permanently disenfranchised in terms of being able to get a job. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's like 90% of the world will no longer be able to compete or learn the skills to engineer these systems. These systems will take over most of the mundane work. And so there won't be any jobs. And so you have an extreme problem. Like if you think about that from a balance sheet point of view, who will own that technology? It's not the 100%. It's not the 99%, right? And so you have this shift of assets where the 1% owns everything and 99% don't own anything. And so from the state's point of view, like you need an answer, you need a strategy. Like, what are you going to do? And because the rate of technology advances so quickly, you don't have the luxury of like having a century or decades to figure that out. Like you can see how quickly these self-driving cars are coming online, and you have autonomous chefs, and you have even engineers are employing AI to help them program, and so even China is using these technologies in their government, right? Like, so they're actually saying, hey, let's use AI and let's actually build the next generation of government, right? And so you get this autonomous governance. And that's what the West is trying to replicate right now because they don't want to get left in the dust. They want to stay competitive. But in there's a huge problem, which is the current paradigm is going to break fast. Yeah. And so when you hold in one hand the fact that this technology is going to disenfranchise, it's going to concentrate wealth because few people own the technology that will replace most of the world's jobs. And you also hold in the other hand the fact that governments fund themselves with money printing instead of taxes, and that concentrates wealth in the same people's hands, in those same people's hands. So you have a huge problem, which is the growth that you relied on to excavate wealth from in the past. If you think of governance as a business, that is going to be coming from machines, not humans, to a large degree in the future. Okay, so how would you bridge those two things? And I think that general fear has inspired a lot of sort of globalist thought leaders who basically fear an overpopulation of the world. And so back in the 70s, Thomas Malthus was one of the kind of top academics that the central banking clique really subscribed to. And his fear was that the world would get so large and incapable in terms of producing relative to consumption that we would actually pass a point of no return, a kind of like progressive end of times that they call the Anthropocene, the anthropogenic era. We essentially destroy nature and nature can no longer provide for us. And you can see that these two views are actually very similar, right? That you would end up with most of the world who couldn't get a job, yet somehow needed to provide it for themselves. They were net negative. They were cost centers. They weren't value centers. And at the same time, you had academic thought leaders in the central banking circle in the 70s who theorized that we would end up here. So there's a disenfranchised element in terms of technology getting so good. There's a wealth element in terms of wealth being centralized into the hands of a few. And then there's a nature element, meaning you have all these people that are so costly and they're spoiling nature, right?
Right.
They're spoiling what we could be enjoying. Or maybe there is something real there. Maybe they are doing irreparable, because of the system we created, we're sprawling over nature in an irresponsible way. And maybe there's something real there. But what I mean, like to bring it all home, that's that belief system, that sort of that lens that a lot of our statesmen view their governance thesis through is called Malthusianism. Okay, and it's the fundamental belief that that we need to bring into the culture a feeling that our own existence, our freedom, is selfish, and this population level is selfish, and it's not because of money or technology. It's because the world's going to end, right? Because that invokes fear, which creates tribalism, collective fear, paralysis, trauma, and makes us malleable. It makes us controllable. And so downstream of that Malthusian ideology is a lot of these political spells that all rhyme. And so one is, they all rhyme in this way. It's a problem that's bigger than one nation, that no nation can deal with themselves. And so the only way to contend with them and, save the world is that we all work together. We essentially create a one world governance. I'm not going to say government, but a cooperative. And we all attack this thing. And that's the only way to not be selfish in our existence and to actually save the world. And so let's put the various fear spells through this format. So the pandemic's greater than one nation. It's affecting the whole world. The old way doesn't work anymore in terms of competing. We all have to drop those norms, create new norms where we work together and save the world. Okay. So the global warming, having all these countries competing with each other, that is only going to make global warming worse. That old way has to be wiped clear. We all have to stop cooperating tighter, sort of drop these nation states, build this global warming, global governance. And that's the only way that, we can save the world with that new way. Equity, right? The old way of capitalism with all these countries competing and this and that can't work anymore, right? The only way to make everything the same and therefore equal is to sort of drop this big capitalist system, wipe that clear. The whole world needs to stop cooperating on this equity thing. And that's the only way to save ourselves from this catastrophe of capitalism disenfranchising the 99%, right? Terrorism. Okay, so terrorism is this new thing, and it affects all these countries in a way that our current system can't handle. So we need to bind together and create something like a world military, like a NATO, that can really. That's the only way that we can save the world from this specter of terrorism, right? And it started as like physical terrorism, but it seems like it's gradually being upgraded to this cyber terrorism. When you consider what I said before about a social scoring governance system needing internet passports, I think you could see why it would be really useful to upgrade terrorism into cyber terrorism, because you could say the internet's no longer a safe, trusted place. The whole world conducts the economy through the internet, so we need to reestablish trust. The old way doesn't work. We need a new type of internet that's safe and trusted, right? And so you need internet passports to use the internet. So all of these very potent fear spells are leading us in the direction of creating a global state. They're all working to replace competition between nation states with cooperation. Hot war is competition. These two states don't get along. There's this conflict. Yada yada yada. World war, right? Which of course isn't the case. Underneath that, you have balance sheets and monetary imperialism and debt slavery, and that's the origin of all real conflict. But now that the world really is, it's the modern world where most of the capital is, that really has been captured by central banks, and so they need to look on to what's next, and it can't be hot war. They need these kind of Malthusian forever wars where where the 99%, which will have nothing and be happy, right? So, and that's code word for, like, they don't know what to do other than a combination of things, like, what political system can handle feeding people who don't work. The only one I can think of is communism, right? I mean, it's and not well, certainly not well, but it's the only one that theorizes to do that, right? And so that's kind of, China kind of has like they're like well suited to deal with like a 1% that's producing all the productivity and reaping the benefits of it, and then a huge underclass. Like, they've done probably a little better than like India, certainly better than like Soviet Union or Venezuela. So they're kind of like communism 2.0, where they have a really lean government. It's super high tech. The social scoring system is what does most of the governance. I think the West is looking at that and saying that might solve our problem of the 99% being disenfranchised. And so, of course, okay, to a certain degree, I actually empathize, or I understand why they couldn't allow the world to see that the monetary system had failed. Because you could actually collapse the entire world.
Sure.
You could actually, you could actually lose everything that allowed us to build this, have the progress that we've had. So if you are the state and you believe you're the caretaker of the future and the caretaker of all the progress, even though you reap tremendous benefits that you've abused to the point of evil, you have to choose uncontrollable chaos that collapses the world versus controlled chaos that is a lesser evil that at least allows you to rebirth a better world. Now, is that next version of the government going to be less government, less central planning? No, of course your solution is unbelievable amounts of central planning that people have never dreamed of before. Right. And so of course their solution is more of the same, more control, less autonomy for individuals, less autonomy for family. Okay? Because it's not enough. They can't just reset. The world really is changing. They have to work with the changing landscape of technology, the changing landscape of the constraints. And it really is a constraint that a huge, hundreds of millions, billions on essentially welfare, and have no way to catch up. The productive economy really has left them in the dirt. So I don't want to make less of that. It's not just a cabal that has Luciferian intentions, that wants to capture the human spirit and wants to, experiment on us with like a vaccine pipeline and grow themselves into angels and embarrass God by making heaven on earth. Like, it's not as simple as that. It's more like a cartel, which is a tight, small, monopolized industry that has decided to cooperate with each other. That's what central banking is. It's a global cartel responsible for producing the money of nations for a fee. That fee gets so large that the nation can no longer operate, must excavate everyone's wealth, pay those people, and then reset it. At the same time, you have technology improving, the world's changing, the whole narrative of everything is changing, and the conditions are changing. So they're adapting to that. Every time they have to do this surgery, when they do it in the small sense, the business cycle, people freak out. Occupy Wall Street. What do you think happens if they tell everyone the monetary system is broken? And so not only are they going to do the surgery, but they have a plan to smooth it out, to fix some of it. And so let's look into China for a second. So China, you get a digital ID, they scan your face, and you have a ID, and you can never escape from that. Anywhere in the world, you can scan your face and you're going to get the same ID, okay, your whole life. And you start behaving in society. As you move through the city, move through the town, they monitor everything you do. They can recognize you. So your activities are logged to your ID, your behavior, okay? When you go online, everything you do, you log on with government ID to use the internet. That's, the great firewall of the West. You've heard this before.
Sure.
And your activities on the internet are logged to your ID. So now they have a big log of all your activities. They feed that as input into a engineering shop. That engineering shop develops a social scoring algorithm. So they partner with the state, and the state says, okay, here's how we want people to behave. Here's what gets rewarded. Here's what gets punished. Okay. So all your activities are factored into a social score. And it's really everything. Are you smiling at people and waving? Are you being antisocial? Every aspect of your behavior in China is recorded and scored. And that affects how, society essentially shapes itself to you based on your score. So does it oppress you and welcome you? Or does it welcome you and lift you up? Or does it eject you and spit you out? And that's how this autonomous governance, this first phase of it is aiming for. And that's what it's like in China. It's not all across China. They have it in their hotspots. It's like they're running betas. But now they're aggressively spreading it out into Taiwan, spreading it out. The idea is get most of your people in these mega cities, and you have this kind of high-tech social scoring communism for most of society plays by those rules. The serf class. Mm-hmm. On top of that, you have your productive class. It's a two-tier system where the actual people that produce, they're these kind of high-tech fascists. So you're part of a corporation that has married the state, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And you enjoy all the nice parts of life. And you probably are scored in different ways, or maybe you're exempt from social scoring altogether, but you're in the upper tier of society. Now, China is rolling out a CBDC, which is a central banking digital currency. So what they're doing is they're saying, who needs commercial banks? Who needs a wholesale and retail circuit in the monetary system? Let's just combine it. The customers or the citizens will just get money on account with the central bank. So you'll have an app. That'll be your checking account. That'll be where you get paid. And they can just shoot you money directly, UBI, right? Mm-hmm. And but they could also make that money programmatic. So they can make it expire. They can make it where you only spend it on these things. And so when you plug that into this autonomous governance system, think of the amount of control that they have over you. They choose where your money goes. They choose how long it lasts. If you don't behave correctly, you get pushed down, ejected out of society. It replaces the entire structure of the entire thing that we think of as governments. It replaces all that with a social scoring system, and that becomes your god. Yep. That becomes your god, because if you don't please that system, you could get re-educated. You could end up in some Chinese camp where essentially you are the product. They're doing all sorts of inhuman things to people. So it's a new system, and the West came together and said, "What the hell is next?" Because our way of running these money printing democracies on analog fiat, that way is coming to an end. So what's next? And I think they surveilled their options, and I think they saw, the central banks went into China into the 70s. Kissinger met Mao. They raised up a superpower in China, brought them into the UN. And so I think what happened is that they actually, this isn't a pun, but I think China was the lab to create this next gen communism. Yeah. and now it's being exported to the world. That it's funny that is kind of the story of COVID as well. That they created this designer influenza as the catalyst for the global catastrophe that would traumatize everyone while they upgraded the West. But it really seems like out of Davos, where you have the banking elite, these old central banking families, meeting with the top politicians, meeting with the top industry titans, they took their final work out of China. They pitched it to the West, saying, "Look, you're at the not only do you owe us all your assets, but here's you're at the end of this debt cycle. You're gonna have to reset. Here's the plan we have. Here's what you can do." Right. And this is a great reset. This is how you can handle this, because it's not free. You're going to have to manage it. And here's what you can do next. And the Chinese system gets around a lot of the problems of money printing. Right. Like, so today, when they want to actually provide stimulus in the West, it's tricky because they're creating money in the wholesale circuit with central banks. And they have this conduit in commercial banks that they're hoping that money will make its way all the way down into consumers and into corporations' hands. So they don't really have control. That indirection means they have to create huge amounts of money in order to get a little bit to trickle down on consumers. So they can't really stimulate the economy. They control the price of money through interest rates, but that two-circuit system doesn't give them enough control. They're looking at China, and China's rolling out a system where programmatically they can account for all the externalities of creating too much money. If you print too much money and hand it to this part of the population, and everyone else starts, let's say they start to get scared and they save, so they're stockpiling their money. You could just make their money expire, so they're forced to go out and spend it, right? So this is the kind of system that they want, that gives them even more control over human behavior in order to round out this planetary usury, the side effects of it. Mm-hmm. So that's essentially the explanation for why does it seem like every country in the West is suddenly in unison following this Great Reset plan. Right? Why not go against it? And the answer is okay. All central bankers had to do was attach credit creation to the rise of this global state, this social scoring state, where the central bank essentially controls the world population through social scoring. It just had to attach that to credit creation in various ways, and a world addicted to debt will just follow. And so here's how it did it. For countries, it moved money printing. It's been doing this since the 70s, but it really ramped up in 2020. They essentially they're moving the center of gravity of money printing to the IMF through SDRs. And so if you want debt creation, you want the main service the central banks provide, you have to buy vaccines. Mm-hmm. Funny enough, the only way to get SDRs on your balance sheets is to buy vaccines through the IMF. And so you have to comply with this vaccine imperialism, right? Yep. So you're signaling your loyalty to this central banking imperialism. Corporations, the easy money that they used to get through local mechanisms, that's being migrated to ESGs. ESGs is environmental governance, global governance, mm-hmm. but it's access to printed money. So long as you sign up for global governance branded as environmentalism. So now multinational corporations, they're cutting their ties with their localities, and they're looking to this new global governance in order to get their credit creation, their fix, because they need that debt. They're addicted to it because debt is just other people's money when it's being created out of thin air, right? So of course, they're addicted to credit creation. And for individuals, what they're saying is, You don't have to work anymore. This pandemic's going on. We're going to start giving you UBI. Wear a mask, right? Carry around this movement passport, and we'll float you on credit creation. So they're just attaching credit creation to UBI, and the way that you signal your loyalty is to keep going along with the COVID thing, going along with whatever the government says.
Yep.
So if central banks attach this credit creation for each of these three entities, nation states, multinational corporations, and individuals, they attach it to the rise of the IMF, the World Bank, the ESG desk, then you end up, we are pushing them to create this global government, which is all based on a type of high-tech governance perfected in China.
The subject of men and jewelry is complicated. As my friend and style coach Tanner Guzzi might say, it's best to stick with pieces that have personal meaning to you rather than wearing jewelry just to wear it. But how can a man find a meaningful piece in a sea of cookie-cutter Chinese garbage? The answer is hand craftsmanship and one-of-a-kind wearable works of art made right here in America. Which brings me to my podcast sponsor, Deepwell Designs. The proprietor, Thomas William, handcrafts silver and precious stone pieces to meet your specifications. He's been making them for over 20 years, having learned lapidary and silversmith from his grandfather as a boy. And the results are spectacular. His pieces sing with style, quality, and care. On his website, you can see rings, necklaces, bracelets, cuffs, pendants, belt buckles, and more, and pieces for both men and women. He even just made me a silver Christian cross necklace, which is on the way, and I can't wait to wear. He banged it out, literally, in about a day. We exchanged DMs with sample photos, and he nailed exactly what I wanted. And I'm not easy to shop for. I'm picky about who I choose as sponsors for my podcast. They must be high integrity, talented, one of a kind, and different from the typical type of podcast sponsors. And Thomas meets all my requirements, which is why I'm thrilled to introduce you to him today. I'd say more, but rather than telling, I'd prefer to show you what I mean. So visit deepwelldesigns.com or head to Instagram at deepwelldesigns00 and use the code RENOFMEN for 15% off any piece, including custom orders. If you don't see anything you like, just message, and I bet Thomas can make it for you. Once again, that's deepwelldesigns.com or deepwelldesigns00 on Instagram, and use the code RENOFMEN for 15% off. As men, I believe it's important to support our fellow creators, so I hope you'll take a minute to help a talented one out. Thanks so much, and let's get back to the podcast with LaserHODL. Oh, I mean, like right there, you summed it all up. A friend of mine, Jay, he said that no mainstream politician, no significant politician will ever question the vaccine agenda. He said the reason why is that to question the vaccine agenda is vaccine imperialism is to question the legitimacy of the nation state itself. And yes. It's a pretty sophisticated argument that you just put the pieces together, because the behind vaccine imperialism is the credit creation. You adopt these vaccines, we'll give you more credit to do whatever you got to do, and then behind that, on the other side, is the participation in this automated, high tech, techno dystopian tyranny. Right, that's what's coming along on the other side. On the other side of that, but I want to actually ask a question about this, because it seems like there's a couple different things happening at once. So we went into this fiat era where money was just able to be printed freely, and we went from 1 billion to 6 billion or 8 billion people. And so then the world controllers took a look at this giant problem that they created with their own system of money creation and said, oh, wow, now we're despoiling nature, et cetera. And so it seems like there's a couple different...
Or we just, maybe we don't need this many people. It's not going to be productive, right?
Yeah.
You have to speculate as to the actuality of that. And that's all we can do. But certainly we know that there's a cultural narrative that a handful of them that are making us all believe our own existence is selfish, and that we shouldn't be having kids, right? And that we should be really, so that you're working backwards from that. Is there a real anthropogenic era that we're heading into? You don't know if the science is fiat science or if it's legitimate. You
Right.
genuinely don't know, right?
Fiat science, what a great term. Yeah, no, you're right. And well, that's the thing is like, what is the actual impact beyond the propaganda that we're fed through films and, an inconvenient truth and all that? Like it doesn't take too long to scratch at the climate change agenda to see like there's no there, but it seems to be, it's one of those unquestionable things. It's got the character of religion. But so we have all these people that are allegedly doing all this damage. And then so it would seem like there's a couple different, that if from a world controller's perspective, there's a couple different things that they might do. One is a mass depopulation, which I'd like to get into, but it seems like there's a slow mass depopulation through down engineering hormones like testosterone and guilt shaming around families and stuff like that. But then it's actually de-escalating the population into a system of greater social control. It sounds like that's what you're describing. So they decided like they created this fiat printing of money, the population explodes, and all these things start happening that they judge that they want to change. And so they down engineer the population into systems of greater technological, tyrannical kind of control. Is that kind of the thing that you're describing? Does that seem to be the picture? Because it would seem that controlling more people, building a larger system of controlling more, the metaverse or whatever, would kind of be inefficient to try and manage, at least in America, say 300 million people. Like I've been to China. I traveled there for 6 weeks, and you're right. There is a lot of tyranny in the cities. Everything is run through the app WeChat, where your social life goes through WeChat and your finances go through WeChat. And I was there in 2018, so it's probably gotten much worse. But outside those areas, like in the rural areas, it's not as powerful. So it would seem like you'd have to reduce the global population in order to lock them into these prisons. But then if you've taken everyone down to the smaller population, why build the prison? And so that's the place where I kind of get stuck in some of these narratives. And maybe you've thought that through.
Yeah, I think so. If you take a secular view that
yeah, and that's the thing is that, do we want to look at it theologically or do we want to look through a secular lens? Because that's the choice, right?
Well, I think as like an adult and a Christian, you should do both, and then you should try and work through how they would fit together, and that's probably the responsible way. But
yeah,
from a secular point of view, governance, world governance, and statecraft, and the business of money is a business.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a fundamental thesis and you have broad consensus within that industry, and it's closer to say it's a cartel because the families that defend the monopoly on money have done so for 400 years. There's not a competition there, so
Right.
you don't see like a new company competing with central banks, right? And that's
Right.
a very old industry that is intergenerational, and so that's not a value statement. That's just an observation. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now. Let's see. So, jog my memory because I lost.
Oh, we're talking about like if you're gonna down engineer the human population to protect the environment, why build the prison that's clearly getting built?
Yeah. So okay. So if your thesis is that a large percentage of your of the world is going to be disenfranchised by technology, and that's going to change the cost benefit analysis of customers that you support, right? Because okay, so now if most of the productivity is going to come from 1%, and you're going to have a growing class of automation that provides that does all sorts of things, running the government, manufacturing, mostly like takes over most jobs. And that's your thesis, and you have consensus within your people on that. Then you need a plan for the rest, and more than that, like central banking feeds on growth. So it's very ironic that they have these Malthusian fears that we're all supposed to care about. Yet the money printing, building a society on creating money out of thin air is a growth at all costs society. We grew in every metric that impacts the world. We've gone up and to the right. Amount of people, amount of businesses, amount of products, amount of pollution. Right, we've gone up and to the right. And I'm being generous to their point of view. You can't certainly there's consensus that pollution is bad and we do too much of it, and there's not a great market mechanism to incentivize reducing that. But so there's common sense stuff, but there's like, to what degree are we threatening? Are we at an end of the world event? Okay,
Right.
there's
Right.
a difference too.
Yeah, and thank you for acknowledging that you're being generous to their point of view, because like that's I think in many cases you're giving them a very generous interpretation, and so that's important to acknowledge so everyone understands. Like, no, we're not celebrating any of this stuff.
No, I did. How could I come up with a moderate secular thesis without doing so? So you have to get in their world, and you have to assume that they believe they're good actors, right? And you have to imagine the incentives and constraints around them. And so if you imagine yourself a statesman presiding over the top level narratives that guide the world, guide society, what is the why behind that? And so that's what I'm reaching at. I'm reaching at that why. I'm reaching at the what. And that's why I do this pattern matching between these Malthusian fear spells. It's so that I can understand the commonalities, and that would give me insight into the why. And so I think it really is, before, you looked at Japan. What happened in Japan when it became highly modernized? It's funny. It's like the state ended up owning all the wealth, and they had, they lost their ability to save. Housing stopped going up. They had no investment mechanism for families to save. So the welfare went really high, and so you had this broad disenfranchisement. Everyone ended up concentrating in the metropolises, and these towns. You end up with ghost towns. And so I think the central banks kind of looked at Japan, I feel like, and said, okay, that's our forecast for what's going to happen as we become more high tech, more modernized. People will lose their assets. They'll lose their ability to save. They're going to lose their jobs. The state will have to get bigger to compensate. At the same time, you have to recognize that genocide or democide, which is just genocide conducted by governments, is a balance sheet maneuver. In the same way that war is a statecraft to bail out governments and reset balance sheets. Governments view their citizens as balance sheet line items, and so you're either in the assets column or the liabilities column, and they do. They do maintenance of and liabilities column no different than a corporation would do. And so I think to a certain extent, the government has greenlit experiments and greenlit new industry, absolved companies from cost because, at the end of the day, there's a segment of the population that's net negative, and if they think they can get a net gain out of this or that, then that's a lower risk endeavor. And so, to a certain degree, when you have reset, you need growth stories for the next cycle. What is going to drive the growth? What is the overlying narratives that are going to drive the next 100 years of growth, right? And I think when the gentleman at Davos looked at the next 100 years and they looked at the trends of a concentration in AI, machine learning, robotics, computer vision, they looked at the disenfranchisement of jobs, and I think this is how they came up with this fourth industrial revolution vision. They're saying that that basically we will essentially shift to a more equitable world, which is code word for communism will proliferate. You'll have broad joblessness. The state will provide pod and soy food, so house and living conditions and sustenance. But where does the industry get its growth from? And this is the catch-22, right? Now, if you look at like a Facebook, so Facebook is free. Is Facebook profitable?
I don't know. I think so. Or is it?
Yeah, they're insanely profitable.
Yeah. Okay.
And the reason is because they aggressively monetize their users.
Mm-hmm.
So premium isn't free. You're the product.
Mm-hmm.
And Google and Gmail and all of them, your data is the product. That's where the money comes from. So when you're not paying, your data is the prize. And now it's going even further, where these technology companies are realizing another book of business is censorship, right? So helping craft narrative in partnership with the state. And so these companies are turning their profit streams towards centralization, towards the government. So they're becoming highly fascistic, just like in China, where every successful company eventually is married with the state. Now, so that trend's really important because it makes you realize the fundamental relationship with the citizens and the government is changing. In a world where the citizens produce a lot of value broadly, they have high leverage over the government. The government is a customer of the citizens. When citizens can't protect their wealth, they're not producing value. They put their governments in a place where they have to figure out a freemium model. Okay, so what I suspect is happening is a handful of things. I think they're green lighting the vaccine industrial complex, which is really a transhumanism industry that is being birthed out of this COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
Transhumanism is this idea that if only we could do GMO and experiments broadly on the human species, we could finally overcome a lot of the ailments that plague our species, right? But in order to do that,
that's a secular answer. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, in order to do that, you need immunity, and you need the ability to covertly run experiments on the whole planet.
So gross.
But if you think about that from an industry, like imagine the growth at making humans that eugenics. Imagine the industry of eugenics, how much value that would provide to central planners and the 1%. Right, the fact that you could, and that's interesting, right? Because now you could argue that some percentage of the world is no longer in the liabilities column, even if you're paying for room and board. Even if you're paying for food, that they have a massive value.
Oh, gross. You're so right, though.
But now it's kind of like, Facebook with freemium. It's like, learning from that, you can actually productize your citizens because you can use, now they have value, inherent value, even if they're not working, even if they don't have a job. They do have a job. It's to be the orifice of your experiments.
Wow.
Where you hope to yield a significant scientific ground, right? And so that's valuable to the monopoly on money, the monopoly on force. And so I think that there's some percentage of the population that gets a free ride because they're going to be submitted to that. Okay. And also you have to realize, shifting into this new era of governance, they're reaching for autonomous governance, and they need people to be in that system to develop it. So there's value in simply having people help the state learn what's behind this autonomous governance roadmap. And I think what they're reaching at, honestly, is to create a general AI that that does communism perfectly. Because communism is this idea that we've created heaven on earth. All of our none of us have to work, and there's perfect balance between man and nature. It's very Luciferian in this idea that, but the maddening part of it to communists and of which central bankers are. I mean, the communism is it's their sort of first stab at the idealistic end place for mankind. Maddening to them is that they can account for goods and services as inputs, and they can write algorithms that tell us how many we should create to have balance with nature. But the thing and they can account for policy of government and fold that into models and come up with what the incentives structure should be. But the problem is that they can't account for human nature. They can't account for human action, and they can't account for the human spirit. And so part of what this social scoring system is if you can fully observe human activity, you could use AI and machine learning to create the perfect central planner. And I think at the end of what they're aiming at is they actually want to give away autonomy of the human species permanently into an AI godhead that creates heaven on earth. From their point of view, it's a problem solving. It's a wealth centralizing and a wealth securing mechanism. The wealth being the best parts of living on earth, because when you own the money, what else is left, right? You want all that's left is to make earth your heaven, right? So, when you own all the wealth and so, you start to see where there's a theological view. It's like, okay, you're upgrading the species through involuntary eugenics, using a fear of fresh air and germs to deliver this mRNA duplex. And I fully expect them to fold every vaccine into a single mRNA duplex that you receive regularly, and that they can run various experiments on different cohorts of people for whatever their aims are at tampering and adjusting our species. And so, of course, there's the theological side to that if you're Christian, but there's also a secular business side. It's a new growth story for the next, era of humanity. And so the governments are greenlighting this industry, which will prey on humans, productize them in the same way that Facebook does. And this is what will bankroll. This is what will fund the communism model, right? It has to be worth it to support people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's part of why the Great Reset, their vision of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, includes the loss of sovereignty and autonomy of the individual. It's because you are kind of making this transition to being a product. If you're a useless feeder, if you're not part of that upper caste that's in the high-tech fascism, that's a productive caste, then you're in the lower, the serf caste. And so why are you being supported? Why are you being supported at all? Why? What's the return on that? And I think these growth stories are the return. You're helping develop autonomous governance. You're helping with the emergence of this transhumanism industry. These are highly desirable to the upper caste. And so that's why I don't believe we'll see an overt death event. I don't think we'll see like a big mass depopulation moment.
Me neither.
One, because like it's too obvious, right?
Right.
Like,
yes.
It's too obvious. Like, okay, so let's say from a business point of view, I said, okay, there's a TAM, there's a total addressable market on transhumanism, and I need like 1.5 billion people, and that would be enough, right?
So casual.
That's the TAM on transhumanism. And let's say we roll up the West in the likeness of China, and we say, okay, in the next cycle, they're going to compete on this new playing field of Malthusianism, where everyone's trying to save the world from environmental failure. Okay, and that's going to let us, develop this autonomous governance system, which creates perfect symbiosis on planet Earth, right? And that creates this wonderful experience. The best parts of being are preserved, and the only cost is human choice. You'll never have, you won't have choice or meaning. But hey,
free will.
Free will. That's it. That's all you had to sacrifice. Not your free will, just the free will of 99% of the people. And then what? On that, like, what's the ideal TAM? Maybe that's, I don't know, 1 billion, right? You don't need 8 billion people.
500 million is what the Georgia Guidestone says.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So how are we going to get there? These, when you're in statecraft and governance, you don't do things on the order of 10 years. You do things on the order of 100 years.
Yeah.
So, it could go anyway. I don't think you see like this is why I heart people who fixate on COVID. I think you're missing the forest for the trees, because you're so zoomed in. If you don't zoom out and view history through the lens of money, you'll never understand that COVID is an act that was manufactured for us, in the same way that like red team, blue team democracy is not, that's there to prevent you from seeing reality. That's not reality. And so I don't think you get an overt death event. I think what they're doing is they're they're rolling out and normalizing having access to everyone's body and being able to put stuff in it regularly. They're learning. I think they're running a handful of experiments while they're doing it. This is why you see when they analyze the different vaccine cohorts that they saw some were really deadly, some weren't.
Yep.
And you don't see that with the flu vaccines, with influenza vaccines. So that's new, and that's a red herring. Like it's just real data that's staring everyone in the face, showing something's going on behind the scenes that's making, why is some people, there's cohorts of people losing hair. There's cohorts of people having stillbirth. There's cohorts of people who get this AIDS-like condition. And so the weird thing with smell being lost, all these things that just aren't normal. They aren't of nature. They're of nature in the sense that we could create it and nature would tolerate it, but they aren't like emergent as part of like adaptive evolution, right? Like things slowly adapting to reality. So you cast this wide net, you normalize that. And if once you have the lever, then you could turn it all you like in whatever way you like. And so there's already been a sort of war on population growth through covert means, through food. So especially the down engineering, the very sensitive hormones required to have children, through hidden estrogens that are everywhere, plastics, through things that disrupt testosterone, through the emasculation of men. There's these sort of Marxist poison pills, these cultural poison pills. The sleight of hand that went from sort of gay rights turned into this LGBTQ imperialism, where it's this absolute, it's no longer okay to be straight. It went from like making it okay to be different to now it's no longer okay to be normal. And that's everywhere. You have these tranny pole dancing shows at government preschools and whatever. So it's you have all those things that, and now fold in the fact that with these vaccines, there does seem to be a concerning trend of fertility issues, right? So, I think it's a layered approach. It's a covert approach. And I think if the world population is taking an mRNA duplex regularly, and a small, the 1% that the eugenically inclined portion of the earth is manufacturing these, I think they'll have all they'll need to covertly dial down the population to the desired population level. I think money printing economics is a great tool to extract everyone's wealth, centralize it into the state. Then all you need to do is just attach credit creation to the shape of society that you want. So if you want everyone in the mega cities, make UBI contingent on living there, and then the countryside will clear out. If you want to clear out, if you want to make people where they can't produce their own food and they can't sort of live their own way, a war on energy, colored, described as climate change, just make it where it's not okay to have energy. Where cows are selfish, right? And so, it's okay. So you can't. The world is a massive, complex system, and you can't control it. You can't control the outcomes, and no one can. No one has that power. But the world is based on incentives, and the greatest incentive on this planet is credit creation. And we've lived in that world for 400 years, and we're so addicted to credit creation as a world that this central banking circle can attach that to anything, and we would do it at this point. Because if we didn't have continued credit creation, the hard fact is, like, we kind of signed a deal with the devil. The world really would collapse. Now, people are always surprised when they hear me talking about this, because it's like a really bleak thesis. Like, it's a really scary thesis. that tries to tie in everything, but I don't sound black-pilled and I don't sound pessimistic. I'm like optimistic and I'm kind of like psyched and energetic and like, how can that be? How is that possible?
Yeah.
And I think it's because like, from a secular point of view, someone in 2008 in the banking crisis, Occupy Wall Street, someone released Bitcoin the same day that the chancellor bailed out the banks in the UK. And it was within close proximity of the US going through the same thing. The world monetary system, they basically used credit money printing to kick the can down the road, knowing they were going to have to do this surgery not that long after, a decade later. They kicked the can down the road. Someone released Bitcoin. And since then, I've started to see that even if the Great Reset succeeds, like they kind of get it off the ground, I think Bitcoin's going to unwind it because Bitcoin represents flourishing and individual and family empowerment. And it represents the ability to simply opt out of all this insanity that you see and say, you know what? I'm going to go focus on my family. I'm going to go be with people who care about individuals and family, who care. And sort of, it's almost like unplugging from the matrix in a way. And I see that. So they want this Great Reset fully realized by 2030, end of this decade. And now that you know that, as you see social media, everything coming from the progressive mainstream media, which is an extension of the state at this point, it's all aimed at 2030. So you'll see that number over and over and over. I look at how Bitcoin is growing, like it's growing exponentially. And I think you're actually going to have a split on Earth and mankind of you'll have a central planning money printing society in its twilight that thinks that it's extending the fiat system over these mega cities. And at the same time, I think you're going to have a fork where you'll have a Bitcoin era being born. And already you see like, okay, so loads of individuals have decided to use Bitcoin as their currency, like their money for their family. And they all sound like me. They're all like empowered and can't believe how it changed their life. And they all have high confidence and optimism of the future. And that creates like an attractive flourishing that other people wonder about. Like, how in the middle of this chaos are you confident about the future? Because you're confident in 21 million, right? You're confident in your ability to preserve your sacrifice. And that makes you confident about planning for the future, makes you able to plan for the future. So you're not huddled under the state waiting for them to solve this catastrophe for you. But it's not just individuals. Like there's a trend in the last couple of years that corporations have started holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet.
Right.
And I think that's going to go all the way to Apple. It's going to go all the way to these bigger companies eventually realize, yeah, we need to hold this too, because we also don't want our time stolen. We also don't want our value debased, because we want to plan for the future too. And it also is going up to countries. I mean, you have El Salvador said they made Bitcoin legal tender and they started holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet, and their citizens can now you just treat Bitcoin like money. So there's no taxes on it. You go use your sats to buy coffee or pay for groceries. And they're doing a bonds offering. So they're actually the first country in all time to offer sovereign debt based on Bitcoin. And so what they're going to do is they're going to package Bitcoin in this debt offering, and they're going to build a Bitcoin city off the side of this volcano and use the renewable energy to power a Bitcoin mine so that they can mine Bitcoin and essentially fund the creation of this sovereign city. And it reminds me of the Renaissance. Like the Renaissance, you had this Dark Ages, and then what emerged through that is these sovereign cities that through flourishing attracted brilliant capitalists and brilliant people, and it created this feedback loop where everyone was attracted to it because of the misery elsewhere. And I think we might see a Bitcoin renaissance. I mean, the Great Reset is helping really maximize the misery all over the world. This fiat system, we're at peak misery. there's nothing that's attractive about it. They're leading people through fear and catastrophe and trauma, and it works a little bit, but it's really hard to do that when you know right next door there's flourishing, because flourishing and happiness and success is just a stronger force. And so, you know, I'm confident because I see individuals leaving the trauma and catastrophe of the fiat era and just place and saying, you know what? Can I move into the Bitcoin era now? Like, why wait? Let me just move now. And it completely changes their life. I see companies doing it and I see countries doing it. And I think that in a competition of innately free humans, flourishing wins. And even if there's tragedy and genocide and enslavement and all of these things, I think at the end of the day, our innate compass will take us to an era where you can't steamroll families, you can't steal their wealth, where you know you can't eliminate the natural order that God put in everyone, and you know, to a certain degree, theologically, you can look and say, has man overplayed his hand in terms of threatening free will? And did God lift his finger and allow Bitcoin to exist and essentially say with almost no effort, you know what, you're not going to have control over money anymore.
Yeah. Wow.
And no one will be able to control it. And you know, because I don't think it's God's purpose to ameliorate tragedy. I think, you know, I think God is completely content with tragedy, because you know, all the tragedy that we experience outside of the tragedy of being, sort of the inescapable tragedy of existing, right? We can't escape death. There isn't unlimited things. You know, nature is, you know, entropy is killing us. That's tragic, but not evil. It's like that's it. You can't get away from that. That's part of existing. But most of the tragedy that we're trying to eliminate is tragedy that flows forth from the limitations of man to begin with, right? Starvation and war and genocide and enslavement. You know, people say, why doesn't God stop these babies from dying? And it's like, it's not, it's God gave us free will so that we could experience the tragedy of our own limitations, so that we could learn the cost of sin, so that we could choose to face good or not. And so I think none of the tragedy offends, I mean, the sin offends God, but he loves us enough to allow us to experience it, so we can understand in the smallest way why he hates the sin. But because of that, the tragedy is acceptable. Like it's within the terms. So it's not that God would create Bitcoin because it's like too much tragedy. I think if you really want to threaten God, or if you want to tempt God, you will threaten free will itself. You will say, hey, I'm going to make it where future generations won't have the ability to even realize themselves, to understand what it means to be human, to have a hero's journey, to have the choice to turn towards good. If you threaten the human story itself, I think that you would invite some intervention, and I think Bitcoin might be that intervention. There's a lot of secularists who get sick when I say that, but there's a lot of Christians who it really resonates with. So I maintain that below the secular thesis, there really is grounds for a theological view, and I think it has a ton of merit.
I'm really glad that we got here, because while you were talking about the reset, I had this image of nuance which you had introduced, which I finally saw, because I'm a theologically minded, faith-minded man. So I tend to think along those dimensions, and I tend to look at things kind of unilaterally in that way, that it's all driven by this kind of, let's say, death cult. But you're very right that there is a potential possible secular explanation for, let's say, world controllers or bankers who, like, they don't buy any of that, like, spirituality, religious mumbo jumbo. Like, they're just interested in the money, and they're just interested in some very secular problems. They don't really care. But the cult is real. And what was really kind of scary for a minute for me about what you were saying, just in terms of my own realization, was the understanding that for a moment it seems as if, and probably longer than a moment, it seems as if the death cult theological drive and the secular drive were aligned. And what we're seeing is they shook hands and they agreed and they said, okay, our goals are essentially the same. We want to get down to this technological solution, and for
Yeah.
all these different reasons. It's like, let's work together to do this thing. Okay, cool. Okay, so I agree with you also on the Renaissance aspect, and that's why I name my brand and my podcast "The Renaissance of Men," because I have seen the same trends as you have, in terms of peak misery, but that's generating a rebirth of men in terms of masculinity to push back. The different men coming in through the different doors wake up for different reasons and recognize the need to push back on this theological secular tyranny. And this is really cool, because as far as I had gotten with this, was there is absolutely a Christian revival that's happening within men and masculinity right now. It's undeniable. You can talk about things. I can talk about things in the open with regard to Jesus Christ and that faith that I don't think that people would have been able to do just a couple years ago. And I think it's a very natural outgrowth. So if you look at things in terms of the balance, where you have in terms of reset, where you have the theological dimension, where you have the death cult, let's say, aligned with the secular bankers. You have that too. You have the spirit and money, right? And they've come to work together. On the side of this masculine renaissance, there's the spirit. There's very clearly a spirit aspect. Maybe not all of the men are Christians. Some of them are pagans. Some of them are various religions. But there's a spiritual facing kind of aspect where men are discovering the need to root themselves spiritually in some way to push back on tyranny. But what I hadn't yet come up with an answer for is, where is the material pushback? And I think that you just said it, because the material pushback comes in the nature of money. That you can opt out of the system with everything you have. You can grow your own food. You can have you can have bullets in your gun, and you can have all this stuff out on the homestead. You can have your own well and solar power, and you can be completely sovereign. But you can't be completely sovereign unless you can take your money with you, because they can always get at you through your money. So you need some sort of sovereign money. And you just said it right there, that maybe God lifted his finger to allow Bitcoin to exist, because I myself have struggled to understand how something like Bitcoin can exist without a theological explanation. And I've read the white paper, and there's nothing mystical about the white paper. I think I planned to read the thing and thought that it would be like, have this kind of weird kind of energy around. It's like, no, it's actually quite clear and quite concrete. But I can't get around this notion that, gosh, if there is a spiritual dimension to reality, then there's a spiritual dimension to everything, and most of all money. And there can be a dark spiritual dimension to money, but I think we may have actually found the light spiritual dimension to money, gosh, after all these thousands of years. And I can imagine that there are a lot of secularists that get uncomfortable in talking about Bitcoin in those terms, and I myself feel a little funny talking about it. But gosh, as a Christian man, as a theologically minded man, I can't help but admit that that's a possibility, that there is something divinely ordained about it. And I feel good in my heart saying that, which is really exciting that we got here, because I wanted to talk about the faith aspect as well.
So you can't have a theological thesis without a secular thesis, because when you think like the aim, the goal of Satan, of the devil, of the evil side of spiritualism.
You're
breaking here.
You're breaking up a bit. Yeah, there you are.
Okay, I'm going to restart that sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you can't have a theological thesis without a secular thesis. The aim of the dark, the evil side of any spiritualism in Christianity, the devil, is secular. It's a secular aim. It's basically I'm at the same level as God. I don't recognize God. I can do it myself. I can go my own way. I can create this world through secular means. And so it makes sense that, when you have a society that turns away from God, it comes in the form of secular aims that they themselves don't realize they're deceived. They've been enlisted, right, in these evil ends. And so I think if you just have a theological thesis like this is evil, it's not enough, right? Because because they like the nature of humans is that we believe we're good actors even when we're deceived.
Well,
And so
many humans, some humans, I think there is a component of humanity that does the wrong thing because it's the wrong thing because they get perverse pleasure out of human suffering. I think that is, we don't know anybody like that, but those people exist.
sure, but even they believe that is good. To be fair,
Okay,
like they might have awareness that there's no consensus, that the consensus doesn't agree with them, but they believe it is good and fine to do that, and even if they see the fact that society rejects it. Now, just also, you mentioned that people, they see Bitcoin and they think they're so mystified by the fact that it could actually be money that exists and resists government. Like, it exists outside of government, it resists government. From a software, like a technological point of view, like the technology, the primitives that have existed that exist within Bitcoin that make Bitcoin possible, like 90% of that has existed in the last 15 years. So like when myself and other software engineers, when we're building the distributed systems within sort of the big tech companies that you use every day, we do employ consensus algorithms that allow the different parts of these companies to work. So a lot of what's in Bitcoin existed. The big thing is that they filled in a couple important gaps that really were needed to ensure that you would only ever have 21 million Bitcoin, and that allowed Bitcoin to exist even as the entire world, even as governments were attacking it. So they had some groundbreaking discoveries that filled in those gaps. There were previous attempts in the last 15 years at making e-money that just never succeeded because they didn't have the full equation. So to those that are completely mystified that Bitcoin could exist, like, the best way to think about it is that it almost existed a few times before, because computers have advanced pretty far at building distributed systems. It's just someone finally figured it out. They launched it exactly when we were bailing out the banks. And like this mind virus, it's mind virus is the right word, wrong word. It's this positive re-engineering primitive that's reprogramming the world, and has been since it was released over a decade ago. And so, like, there really is a wow factor to it, but it is not, I don't think it's out of the purview of what man can do. And so I don't think,
right.
Some folks who say like Bitcoin is God or something, I think that goes too far. That goes way too far. I think, the extent that I'd be willing to tolerate is that there's a timing element, and that there's a too good to be true element that leads me to believe that it could be intervention, but I would say no more than divine intervention.
Right.
And merely because this fiat era, it's in its sunset, they want to extend it into, from kind of covert slavery, where it's money printing and you're wondering why you can't retire, and you're wondering why your uncle's going back to work, and you're wondering why there's so much misery around you. They want to transition that. They want to extend the fiat experiment, transition it into overt slavery, where you never, where it's almost like the giver. You never have any real autonomy of self. And I think the timing that a Bitcoin would come and unwind that, and everyone who considered themselves a free man could simply choose to go in that direction and not go into the slave cities, not go into this new social scoring governance system. That, to me, I have a hard time coming up with a secular thesis on that. Simply because reset has happened over and over, and there's never been another game to play. If you were like a little country in El Salvador and you were at the bottom of the monetary order, when reset happened, you would play your part, right? So they would tell you, okay, here's what's happening, here are the narratives, and you would play along, because if you weren't plugged into the monetary order, then your country could collapse. Okay. So there was never another game to play. You played along for survival's sake, and they made sure that playing along was attached to survival. That they wouldn't be able to deliver you through reset unless you played along. They would ensure that you weren't delivered through. But now all of a sudden, for the first time ever in human history, there's another game. There's another game, and families are playing it, corporations are playing it, countries are playing it. You're getting a fork in our species, a fork of people who value and protect their time, free people, and a fork of people who say, I don't value autonomy. I want the state to take care of me. And then, of course, there's a big gray area of people who have been traumatized. They're terrified. They've been deceived. They've been captured. And they're just following the herd for safety's sake.
Yep. What's so interesting that you pointed out is all the corporations that own Bitcoin now, as sort of, it's like they're hedging. Like if this reset is happening, and here we just are chatting about it casually on a podcast, like clearly at the top, at the boardrooms of these corporations where they allocate capital, they must be seeing these things too. And you would expect the predicted behavior was that they wouldn't invest in Bitcoin, but they are. And that's sort of interesting and provocative, because you would expect them pushing the pedal to the metal and going full towards this reset if everything is truly proceeding as planned, but that you have them putting a little handhold, like, well, maybe I'll hold on to this other possibility just in case, right? I think that's a really fascinating aspect of what's going on.
Yeah, because either you are essentially relying on a promise from government that they're going to ensure that you're delivered through this chaos. And they might even be offering you a forever monopoly. Like, you look at Bill Gates, it looks a lot like he's earning a few forever monopolies in soy food. I know that he's purchased over 1% of all the farmland. So, if the government knew that they were going to end up having subsidized food, a lot of industry gets created during this. And so, like, it looks a little like he's lined himself up to be ready to receive that state-provided monopoly. So there's people that are really close to the state that are saying, I'm betting on the state. You look at Larry Fink, BlackRock. I mean, a lot of people betting on the state because it's such a privileged position to have the monopoly on force, ensuring that you and your heirs are wealthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, the further away from the fountain of money printing that you get, the more unsureness that you have. And so you're like, okay, so I have a promise that if we, do this corporate activism and we, do these mandates and blah, 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 that we're going to keep having credit creation. And the further away you get, the more likely you're going to get founders like Michael Saylor, MicroStrategy, who say, why don't we just buy Bitcoin and not rely on the promise of these inflationary governance systems, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just buy Bitcoin, take our future into our own hands, provide our shareholders with clarity and certainty, and courage is contagious. It really is growing. So, I don't think it's, people say, Laser, why are you so optimistic? And it's because it's not futile. It's beautiful what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
We're not unlucky. We're lucky. We're living through the most important 10 years of the next several thousand years. And it's birthing the type of like strong men that can leave this soft era behind. And Bitcoin is the bedrock. If you, like you said, you could have firearms to protect your family, and you can have a little food forest and chickens to ensure that you have food, and you can network in your town, and you can defend all those things. But if you can't defend your time, and that's what money is, then you can't, then you're always going to be a slave. Whoever commands the world's time owns the world. And it's that realization, God grants the individual divine providence. Are you part of the collective, or are you going to take your own time into your own hands?
Would you be willing to talk a little bit about how you found faith? I would be happy to talk about it as well, because I think that's a really interesting conclusion that many men are getting to, myself included. I was baptized in September of 2020, and Labor Day weekend actually is one of the best things I ever did. And as a question that I had for you as well, if you'd be willing to discuss, how you found faith and the impact it's had on your life.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about that. I think, when I started studying history, I realized that when these government cycles took place, when the government was having a bear cycle or another, a government is another word for mankind,
Mhm.
because really a government is the reflection of us. It's easy to blame the government, but the reality is we allowed and created it through our own nature, our own security. We basically stood up this power state to protect us from existing, the dangers of existing, and that has led to all this evil. So when the government has bear cycles, God has its bull cycle. Faith has a bull cycle.
Yeah.
When mankind has a Great Depression, faith has a Renaissance.
Right.
And because what I'm saying is, when we realize that all of our secular answers to God's creation are futile, is when we refine God. and that's how I made my way back to Jesus Christ, back to God, is in 2020, when the COVID hysteria had hit this fever pitch and started going 24/7. I think it was March. It was right after the Black Lives Matter, they had their moment where you had all these young self-identifying communists saying they wanted a revolution, they wanted gulags, and they wanted, to remake the US as this overt communist, this weird world. And I was in Washington. Actually, the funny thing is, I was in an apartment in the what was it? I forgot what they called it, but they actually turned, it was the first place in the United States. Yeah, it was the Chaz.
Yeah, Capitol Hill.
So I was I was living in a little war zone that they declared to be their own separate communist country. And there were multiple people dying outside where I was sleeping, within stone's throw every night. Just because it was this bizarre turn of events and it was the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter psyop that led, really invigorated this young victim youth, right?
Yeah.
That they were being oppressed and it was time to break the chains, no matter the cost, which of course made them open to genocide and open to being demons themselves, right? Sacrifice their own souls. And that scared the shit out of me. But I started reading about history, and I learned in the nature of communism and revolution and genocide and the nature of it. And I learned that that Satan works through, Satan likes sinners and sins, but he really likes crowds. Compounding sin is where the biggest harvest of evil is. And if you study history, you'll see that genocides all have a same, they rhyme. And it's easy when you think of the Holocaust, you just think, oh, all those German families were evil and we're not evil, right? So they right. And it's easy just to think about it in those simplistic terms. But as I studied about Holodomor and the Holocaust and all the, Cambodia, all these genocides, and I realized what happens is the state, the government, convinces the people that they are a victim in some way, and then they essentially propagandize. They beat their populace with nonstop propaganda, reinforcing the victimhood until they became a enraged victim collective. And when they're enraged as a victim collective, they'll do anything to, quote unquote, break the chains to be free again, because it's such an injustice. And that's when they'll look the other way / cheer for a solution to their victimhood, like a final solution. And it's the same way over and over again. So in Germany, after World War I, Germany lost. The German government, and so they were losers, and they had no prospects in the future. All the families, so their spirit was down because they lost as a country, and their central bank hyperinflated the currency to pay the debts of the war.
Mm-hmm.
So then they had no money and they had no industry. But the only industry that remained after World War I were these fascist industries that basically the state delivered through reset. And what comprised a large part of those insider industry was intellectuals who were largely of Jewish descent.
Mm-hmm.
And so you had a German populace who was broke, had no future, were losers, and then you had this part of the population were these foreigners who still had their livelihood. So the German people were victims in the true sense of the word. They had their money stolen by the government.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that the central bank of Germany is it's these families are, it's or maybe the right word to say is were of Jewish descent. I mean, I think the to a large degree those families are. Now it's not it's not really of any significant, like it's not really worth thinking past that, other than to say it's largely a secular left, like a progressive ideology. And so but there's irony in that the those central bankers partnered with the German state to steal everyone's money, to pay for war debts, and then the German people became, and then they used like the conservative general Jewish population as a scapegoat.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's an irony in that this progressive elite who actually conspired with the German state to steal everyone's money actually pinned it on the conservative middle class who still had their livelihood. But so now so you had all that that atmosphere where there was a tension, and out of that emerged this really incredible orator, a military man, that told these people stories about why they were victims, and it created a common enemy amongst people. And the German people started to believe that they were oppressed and they were victimized, and they were and all their problems, the source was this common enemy. And so they really believed and loved this leader, and that leader ended up being Hitler. And he, of course, told them it was the Jews that had stolen their livelihood and stolen their future and had, ruined all the aspects of their country and culture. And so the German people weren't evil. They believed they were victims deeply, and they became an enraged victim collective that was sold a solution to their problems, and they looked the other way because they found their own pain so tolerable that not only did they look the other way, they cheered for it. You had the whole society cheering for genocide, and so that really affected me learning that, like truly realizing the implications of that it's not that the German people were evil, it's that they were normal. And if I was in Germany and my family was, we'd more likely be like them than the very few people that helped Jews escape. And that's the case with every genocide. In Soviet Russia, they convinced everyone that it wasn't the government that partnered with central banks to steal everyone's money and centralize things to launch this experimental form of governance called communism. It wasn't them to blame. It was that the productive class who produced all the goods and services that everyone enjoyed, they were too greedy. They stole everyone's wealth, and that's why they were victims. That's why they had no prospects. And so the people of Russia became a victim, this enraged victim collective, and the government just had to keep telling them stories about that until they demanded a solution. They demanded the gulags. They demanded genocide because the injustice was too large to tolerate. The chains had to be broken. They had to be free of this evil of their own victimhood. But of course, in reality, they were deceived and they participated in this massive compounded sin event. And it's, the worst type of evils that our species is capable of, these compounded sins, this enslavement, genocide. When you participate in like the creation of mountains of bodies, I was researching this stuff in March 2020 as COVID was hitting this deafening speech, and it just affected me so deeply that I actually I became sorrowful, and I was in the state of despair because I felt like I had realized such a fundamental truth that I grew up progressive, so I grew up thinking that science was good and men, as a collective, were generally good, and that we've made so much progress as a species, and that we actually invented religion ourselves in order to scale morality, right? So that we scaled it out across all the people. But now we were moral. We don't need religion anymore. So now it's just holding it back. We need to get rid of it. We don't need faith. We don't need God. We just invented that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I actually believed that. And it wasn't until the world started falling apart that I realized I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Excuse my language.
Okay.
That we hadn't learned anything as a species in terms of morality, that history wasn't going to repeat itself. It's us who does that. And it's because fundamentally I didn't understand before, but I understood after this research that evil is easier to casually commit than good. And when you and the craziest things, the most terrifying, harrowing things about our species is that it's not the small evils, even like murder and rape and stuff, and is horrible as those are. It's the compounded sins. It's when crowds of people don't choose to be good. It creates these events that are absolutely so heavy to understand, and to truly understand that not only have we not grown past that, but we're going to do it again. And in the context of Black Lives Matter and this COVID thing, I was realizing we might be doing it again now. And so I just had this this weight of everything of all sin on my shoulders is what it felt like. And I was just in complete despair. And I think in that darkest moment, I started to, I grew up Christian in a Christian family. I rejected it all. But in that moment, I kind of had this weird thought that like, I couldn't tolerate knowing that truth. It was too much to tolerate, and it just hurt too much. It gave me too much sorrow. And I just had this feeling that if I could return to Christ, or somehow I knew I was heading towards Christ, and because if I did, I could endure that truth and more. I mean, not only could I endure that terrible truth, but I could still believe in being good. And it also made sense of it because it gave meaning to the sin. It gave meaning to the tragedy. So it wasn't that long after I started Bitcoin, like that started transforming my value system in terms of responsibility. Then I started seeing the terrible tragedy of man manifest in Reset, manifest in this sort of chaotic collapse of society that we're experiencing. That it had to have meaning, because if it didn't, I probably would have killed myself, to be honest. Because if I stayed this atheist, secular, progressive view, it would mean that humankind's were worthless. It would mean that humankind's that the best thing for Earth would be to eliminate as many humans as possible. That's what the progressive conclusion of genocide is, or at least destroy free will to restrain what we're capable of. And I'm a stubborn, strong, value-minded person, and that obviously, even to a secular person, is hell incarnate. Like that's hell itself. That conclusion. So, I kind of just I had a tragedy of um, of existence because I had stumbled into this irreconcilable truth that without being on the same team as God and Jesus Christ, I couldn't carry that. I couldn't see the point in that. But once I recognized it and sort of allowed myself to be taken in that direction, it started to make sense of everything because I could come up with a theological answer for why we have to endure ourselves, or why we have to endure the tragedy of our own limitations and the tragedy of being. It's and that answer is that God tried to create a company, um, and that company was Satan, and he thought he was God's equal, and he didn't understand the cost of sin. He didn't understand why God hated it so much, and so he was a spoiled child that tried to be on the same level and didn't appreciate what it was all for. And so God created us on earth, limited, finite, so that we could experience the result of that limitation, and we could experience sin because it would all flow from us, and that we would see the cost of that. And when you truly understood the cost of sin, it would be intolerable. It would be terrifying. And that would make you appreciate, in the smallest sense, God's feeling about sin. But even bigger than that, you would realize that it's all worth it. It's all worth it because even the smallest amount of good outshines all of that. And the propensity to commit this absolute staggering tragedy is made up by the fact that these little glimpses of good that we get to see, and that when you orient yourself towards it, it really is precious and worthwhile, and that you can endure the atrocity of existence, and you can, Nietzsche said, like, he began believing the value of a man is in how much truth he can bear, how much truth he can dare. And I think I kind of had that Nietzschean moment where I was like, how much truth can I dare? How much truth can I bear? And the truth is that, evil is easy, good is hard. Evil is scary, not because it takes someone evil to do it. It's scary because you could do it without thinking about it too much. And so that's kind of my story, how I ended up realizing that, it's not that I found Christ. It's like he was there when I realized the cost of sin, and I knew that, like, this decade, in 2020 when this happened, I knew I hadn't seen nothing yet. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I just knew in the pit of my stomach, this whole decade was going to be trials and tribulations. But Jesus said, take heart, because in this world you will have tribulations, but I've overcome the world. And so yeah, that gave me strength. It gives me strength, and Bitcoin is very aligned with God in the sense that God gives the individual divine providence. It's Satan really is the collective consuming the individual, consuming the family. That when I connected that the worst, the biggest boon, the biggest harvest for Satan is collective sin, compounding sin, right? Then of course, what bigger harvest? You look at this great reset, and to a certain degree, these high-tech governance systems, they scream revelations because inescapable biometrics.
Yeah.
So an ID that you can't escape from, and you can't conduct trade. You can't buy or sell without it. You get ejected from society algorithmically, automatically. It's not even by a human at that point. You know, so of course, collectivism is the ultimate strategy of if your aim is to capture the human spirit. And so I realized, there is no left and right. There's no conservative and progressive. There's only collectivism, like collectivist pathology, versus the justice of the individual, the preservation of the individual. Because we're never going to eliminate the limitations of our own existence. We're never going to eliminate the tragedy of being. In fact, what we're supposed to do is grow mature enough that we can appreciate the tragedy of being, that we can appreciate that it's there for a reason, and not try and overcome it at the expense of free will.
Which is always the cost, right? So the idea is that here so much, my favorite theme about Christianity is the one of redemption. The notion that, evil can enter the world and, God, through the petition with human participation, can take that evil and turn it to a greater good than would have otherwise existed. And we see this in the fall, right? So like evil enters the world through sin. Adam and Eve eat the apple, we fall. And then Jesus Christ comes to redeem humanity through his death and resurrection. And that is a more beautiful story than if evil had never entered the world at all. That it's a more glorious story than if we had just stayed in the garden and everything was cool. And that requires to believe that that's how the universe works. And I can see redemption showing up in my life 1,000 different ways. And I'm sure that you can see it as well. So many mistakes that I've made in my life that, my God, how did that get turned to the good? That's in some sense the core story of my life. But that requires a degree of faith that the universe has been ordered, has been divinely ordained in a specific way, that redemption is real, that the possibility is woven into the fabric of existence. Like you can't look at redemption, you can't measure it. But it is there for those who choose to look. But that requires believing in a God. That implies believing that was woven into reality, because there's no reason why redemption should otherwise exist. And so to grant that that's a possibility, to grant that redemption is real, requires faith. It requires surrender of the self. It requires surrender of the mind to comprehend it, because redemption doesn't come through predicted channels. You can't run the math on redemption. You just participate in the process day by day, and then suddenly you're on the other side of it. And like for example, cancer patients, who go into remission, they usually say the same thing, which is like, I would never wish it on anybody, but I'm glad it happened. And that's redemption. That's this idea that I went through this terrible thing that no one should have to go through, but I'm better for it. But that requires faith, and for some people, they just can't get there. They're unable to get there. They're unable to surrender to that reality. So rather than trusting in the existence of some cosmic justice, they need to bring justice down to the earth right now. And the only way that you can bring justice down to the earth right now is with an iron fist and a boot that sacrifices human free will, because, that's where people's choices create suffering. And if you don't believe that suffering has meaning, you seek to eliminate it. And if you're going to eliminate suffering, you have to eliminate human free will. And that's the theological argument that stands, the anti-theological argument that stands in contrast to the very message of Jesus Christ, which is like this horrible event. The story is that this is a man who was the most perfect man who existed of all time, kind, generous, loving, wise, fierce, strong, and he died a death of such catastrophic suffering that we can't even imagine it. And that was the man who died, but something beautiful came through that. And I find so much beauty and peace in that, to know that the suffering that we're going through, that we go through individually and that we're going through collectively, as we almost started out saying, can birth something so much better. But you can only get there with faith. You can't get there rationally. You can only get there with faith.
If God wanted to raise up, if everything was downstream of creation, including Satan and hell, including suffering, and the aim was to raise up a people that understood you. And, you inherently, you hated, you were good. You were the essence of good. Then how would you teach good? How would you raise up a people that knew good? And Lucifer didn't work. He didn't know evil enough. He became it. He was secular and he didn't understand the cost of sin. No, therefore he couldn't value good. And so this world is a fallen world that has inherent limitations. Like we live, we die. There's entropy. It's hard. It's a harsh. There's lots of constraints that make suffering just unavoidable, no matter what. But then there's all this suffering and tragedy that extends from our own sins. What better way to raise up a people than to allow them, or what other way is even a better question, than to allow them to experience that which you hate so that you could ultimately understand that which you value. Mm-hmm. You have to contrast it. So it's all a gift, even genocide. And that's the crazy thing, is that all the terrible atrocities that we commit, that's not God's creation in that sense. God gave us free will, knowing the cost. That's how much he loved us, because it would let him raise up a people that understood it, that got it, that connected those dots. And so like the phases as a Christian, you kind of, when you're adolescent, you're angry at God for creating you. Life's not fair. It's not fair. You're being forced into the world. You see all these evil things. Why would he allow that? And then you kind of, as you take up responsibility, instead of making, wrapping the world in bubble wrap, you make yourself tougher, right? You accept that you accept the tragedy of being, you accept suffering. But by raising yourself up, building yourself up, you can tolerate it, endure it, and still create these moments of good where you can participate in good and see the value of it. And then despite how easy it would be to be a schmuck and live a lowly life and just choose selfish, no responsibility, choose evil. Because again, all the people participating in vaccine imperialism, they're not doing explicit individual evils. They're participating in compounding sin that's creating the worst type of atrocity that our species can produce. Mm-hmm. So it takes a lot of constitution of self because you're bearing liability when you say no to that, right? So you really understand something about the cost of sin when you fight for freedom, when you fight for individuals, when you put yourself on the line and say, no, the power of no. And that's why, Jordan Peterson talks about like the wisdom of the old Christian stories. That's where the West is born. It's like we're losing that wisdom and we're devolving into this collective pathology. And a lot of people think, this is end of time stuff. And I'm hesitant to say this is end of times. And the reason is that I think every era, if you're Christian, it always looks like end of times to you. Like, like you can always create the story of, look, this is end of times. And I wouldn't presume to say it is. I would say I absolutely think there's merit to those drawing parallels. Mm-hmm. But I would also say there's a lot of signals that suggest that the human story is not over. Mm-hmm. And I think something like a Bitcoin, which completely inverts society, it completely inverts it. I think something like that is a very strong signal that suggests that there's another era that we're on the cusp of. And that's something to celebrate and be excited about, because it means that, as a species, we're this problem-solving function that's reaching out for something. I mean, I hope we're stumbling towards the kingdom of God, right? Like, hope maybe that's the purpose of the function. And so we're making all these mistakes. And the idea is that how far can we reach out without destroying ourselves, right? How far can we reach out, and how much can we learn about the cost of sin? How much sin can we endure? How much good can we access? That's the human function. And I don't think we're done. And that's why I don't think there's I don't think we go from 9 billion to 1 billion people overnight. Would God find it acceptable if we went to 9 billion to 1 billion overnight or in 100 years? I think probably.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. It's the tragedy is an acceptable cost to raising up a people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a cost that's flowing from us. It's not flowing from him.
Yeah.
Right? It's a
Yeah.
tragedy of man, not a tragedy of God. God created man so that we could figure that out. We could figure out the value of God. And so, you know, this is why I can't help but connect Bitcoin to divine providence, because something that lets the pathological collective of all the governments and all the weapons in the world, that lets you and your little family say no and protect your time and protect your future. What is that? And it's coming in at this exact time,
Mm-hmm.
this exact time when we might enslave the species and turn us into lab rats. What
Yeah.
is that? Right? How is that not?
Yep. Yep. Right. Yeah. The Byzantine generals problem, the solving of this intractable problem, the anonymity of Satoshi, all these things, they all have this character that it's like, it's hard not to look at it and see something, see a little wink behind it or a twinkle on it or something. And I resist that notion. I don't know why, but I still feel like, oh no, that can't be it. But like, why can't it? These things, they don't happen because of God, but God allows them. And so when you said God lifted his finger, like God didn't necessarily write it. But he allowed it to come into existence when it could have come in sooner, or it could have come in some other form, but it came in through this form right when we needed it. How can that not be some form of providence at minimum?
It's I mean, he certainly knew it. I struggled with, like, if we have free will, how does he know? How does the Book of Lambs exist? How does he know who ultimately ends up around him in heaven and not? And my father said it. My dad said it really well. He said, he's not on the same time scale as us. So you do have free will, and he does know. And I went, oh, right. He knows what your free will be. It doesn't mean you don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
So he can know, God would know that Bitcoin was going to happen, and it plays out perfectly the way that this human story is playing out. And when the base primitive that the entire world is built on inverts the power structure away from monopolizing force and money and towards, you essentially lift families to the top of society. You become a world of governments, and that is replaced by a world of families. And all the problems that central bankers are hysterical about are actually solved by Bitcoin, like this overpopulation, where the only answer is that we have population control. It's like, no, you need to reintroduce constraint in terms of finite money, because if you cannot support an unlimited nanny state, if you as a man, you had a career and you made a judgment call based on your Bitcoin, how much you can afford, you might decide, I'm not going to have a family. I can't afford one, right? And much of the world will not be able to afford a family. And that would be a judgment call, and that would basically surface the most productive people.
Mm-hmm.
It's not equitable. It's a fair distribution because if you can't afford it, you can't afford it, and then your suffering goes through the roof, right? Because now you're contending with the reality of your irresponsible decisions, as opposed to them being smoothed over by a nanny state, right? Oh, your sins are forgiven because we're using you in order to centralize all the wealth in the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In the case of, if there's like over pollution, right? When it's families, fiscal actions, when your financial actions are a bigger vote than actual voting, where voting has been de-emphasized because how Bitcoin is spent supersedes that, because that's what drives the world, then consumers reward and penalize which companies should exist. So if pollution is an issue, consumers penalize them and reward the non-polluters. That creates alpha for entrepreneurs. So as an entrepreneur, you get that signal in the market and you go, oh man, let's create a company that's clean and and does X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to the current system where if you are cozied up to the state, you get bailed out. The consumer doesn't have a vote.
That's right.
Because it's the socialism of the rich, where as long as you're close to the money printer, so it's that concentration of power is what gives you continuity as opposed to consumer preferences. And of course, consumers want a clean, unpolluted world.
Right.
Right. If we're so soft as a people that we can't tolerate the flu and that kills off 1 million people a year because our immune systems are completely destroyed by factory food, hidden estrogens, systemic inflammation from vegetable oil, right? Like if, none of us are in the sun and we all think it's like skin cancer, we're putting on these products that sunscreens and all these hormone disruptors. So our health is to such a degree that when a flu comes around, it really is it really is a fear event that's planetary because we're in such a terrible space, and that's because they've had to hollow out food to offset money printing. Because if all the wealth's being concentrated, then companies have no choice but to figure out how to make the food cheaper so that it still has a market. Right?
Right.
But so then they're hollowing out food, figuring out methods how to strip mine the earth. You're doing this monocropping and trying to maximize yield, but you're just stealing from the future because you're destroying the topsoil. You're destroying the genetic makeup of these important species that we rely on. So that's all from money printing. If you put hard money, Bitcoin in families, you swap out, you reprogram the world in Bitcoin. People are now thinking of their family on the order of centuries. You're thinking of health. You're thinking of preserving your assets, preserving the earth, regenerating the earth, right? Because you don't have to make food cheaper. And people are going to vote in terms of quality, no longer quantity, right? Because they're going to say, I want prime rib and I want it from cows that are farmed in the regenerative fashion so that my son have access to highly fertile soil so that they can do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually have the financial stability and family constitution that you could make these decisions and vote in that way. Instead of being on the rat race, you're on the hamster wheel, just hoping that you have enough fiat to retire and seeing that disappear. So you're so obsessed with that, you have no chance to actually look at the food. So in every story, if the monetary system truly is racist and that's intolerable, it's not create this global communism where everybody's a comrade. That's not the way to make things fair for everyone. The best thing is to make a money that can't be censored, so that no one, despite their race or creed or religion or color or gender, can be denied the ability to store indefinitely their time and spend it without anyone stopping them. That is the way that you solve this global discrimination issue, if it really is. So all of these Malthusian fear spells, the reason that that they're deception is that Bitcoin solves every one of them, but it means that they have to give up planetary usury, and they won't.
Yep. That's what I always say. Like, if Black Lives Matter was really serious about ending slavery, like, why don't they protest outside the Fed? Like, you have no idea the nature of the problem that you're talking about, or you're trained Marxists. So that's why you're not actually going to the source of the problem.
Yeah, and I want to get Bitcoin into the hands of Black Lives Matter and in the hands of Black families who realize that, like, dude, yes, they've been keeping the money for us. They've been keeping us in this welfare system. We can be entrepreneurs. We can do that. We can build businesses in our communities. We can raise each other up, and we can attract unstoppable wealth and create. We can dig our way out of this through unstoppable money. Mm-hmm. But instead, we've same thing like with the Soviet Union. We've convinced them that it's actually it's this parasitical capitalist system system that's keeping them down. It has nothing to do with money that you can't hold in your hand for 5 seconds before it disintegrates.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at, I was talking about genocide. You look at what is the shape of this COVID thing, right? The vax versus the unvax. You have all these people who got on the vaccine train. I call it the adjuvant express.
That's great.
And so, of course, and it's been hugely emasculating to every man, right? Everyone with a family or wife, you've had your manhood stolen from you because they made you capitulate in fear. You folded. Now you've given the state the wheel, right, of all your affairs internally in your family and without. So you're no longer the man, and now, of course, you're embarrassed and pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
You're pissed off, and anything they tell you about why you're a victim, oh, I see. There's this other part of the country that's not going along with it, so now I can never escape it. Of course, you see people on videos losing their fucking mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because it's the same thing like the Germans and the Russians. Is at some point they're going to say whatever we need to do to break these chains. Let's go. Final solution. Sign me up. Let's get rid of these people. And that's how these things happen. And I don't in a weird way, like, it didn't take many of us on Twitter talking about the Great Reset for long to spread that signal enough where people are kind of connecting the dots. And with Omicron, like, it seemed like it kind of fell apart, like it's not quite strong enough to keep the fear going. So they have a problem, like from the statesman's point of view, they have a real problem, right? Because they need us on house arrest, essentially, right? They need control of the population. That's a good way to put it. And they need us not communicating clearly this decade. And so if COVID kind of falls, that hysteria loop falls apart, they really do have to replace it. And so, like, I'm torn, right? Because a part of me is like, good riddance. I'm so done with this COVID thing, and the vaccine imperialism terrifies me, and the mRNA duplex and this transhumanism industry. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like they're below right now. They're below the threshold of hysteria required. So that's to me, that's like red light blinking, because that means they have to do something.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is. Is it a new designer virus? Is it pivot to NATO false flagging itself in Ukraine and starting a war with Russia? Is it is it a cyber war that they say, okay, now we're in a cyber war with Russia, so now let's get a move on with internet passports, right? Because we kind of half stood up the movement passports. Let's get internet passports half stood up. I see the IRS saying that you need digital identity now, so you're going to scan your face when you pay your taxes, right? So you see the Fed saying that CBDCs are on the horizon. So you see the pieces coming in. This decade, they're going to have to get each pillar stood up. And what scares me the most is if they don't succeed, I think in their back pocket is Old Faithful. I think it is hot war.
Yeah.
And so part of me, I think the most probable thing is the Great Reset succeeds. They actually succeed in standing up this social scoring system, but they lose a good deal of brilliant capitalists who opt out and go onwards to create a Bitcoin renaissance in a parallel system that actually acts as a brain drain and unwinds this high-tech communism. And the reason I think that is that, history has shown these communist deployments, they can't insulate themselves from the world economy. And because communism is two-tiered, you have a serf tier, but then you actually have above it a capitalist tier, right? They would actually play into Bitcoin's game theory because they have extremely strong incentives to protect their wealth for almost no cost. And like you said, like the allure of the people, the moneyed people, to say, oh, why don't I hold a little? Because, like, I don't want to bet everything on this this partnership with the government, right? I want to
Mm-hmm.
guarantee I can hand this to my great-great-grandchildren and know it'll be worth this and more. So that game theory, it basically, it makes it where even if they deployed these mega cities with this high-tech communism, they themselves in their own materials in the Great Reset materials, they know that they end up with defectors that leave the system. So I think the way it plays out is the Great Reset, like they get it off the ground this decade. A lot of us have left and gone to little sovereign cities, like El Salvador is launching their volcano Bitcoin city. I think you're going to end up with a bunch of those in LATAM. I think you'll get a handful in the West. And I think a lot of the best capitalists, the most productive, get excited, and it creates this flourishing feedback. And I think that it's a brain drain. And I think it eventually attracts the upper caste of this communist central banking system. And I think it ultimately collapses, or at least unwinds that system. If there's a population control bit, I think it would be them dialing down their own serf class. And I think the people that opt out are going to opt out of vaccines, opt out of factory food, and basically start over on first principles, and keep the good stuff, keep the hard tech. So that's my base thesis, which is to say, it's not, Bitcoin doesn't win this decade. I think it wins in the end. And I think it's up to every family to choose, like, are you led into that Great Reset system? Or do you say, no, we've had enough. I'm going to defend my time. I'm going to defend my family. I'm going to defend my kids from government schools and injections. And I'm going to go in another direction. And I'll find my people, and there will be flourishing, and that'll grow itself. And I think you get the Bitcoin Renaissance. I think the Great Reset doesn't need our help to fail, right?
Yes.
Like what I'm trying to do is help people get out of the blast radius. That the fiat era, this agenda is dumb and destined to fail. So you might as well start kicking ass in the Bitcoin era.
Amen. Because this raises the question of, like, where does the hard power come from? And I don't think there's enough hard power to stop those of us who want to leave from leaving. It's just not there. It's just not there. Like, what are you going to, like, if you can't exert control over a man with his mind or his heart, which is why men like us are talking, as our minds have been freed, our hearts have been freed, and we're freeing our bodies as well from soy and all of that, and vaccines and medicines and all that. If you've liberated, and even if you're free in spirit as well, which I think is a big part of the Christian revival as well. The last thing that you need really to be free is your money. Is you need to be able to take it with you when you leave. And if you're going to do that, if you're free in all of those dimensions, there's not enough hard power to stop. There's not enough hard power to stop it.
I think there's nothing more masculine than God. There's nothing more masculine than creation. I think that the responsibility of being a man, it requires the ability to provide for your family, protect your wealth. Bitcoin really is God's money in my mind. It just imbues every single person on earth with the ability to save, the ability to participate in a brand new global economy that can't be controlled by governments, and it fundamentally thwarts this communist hellscape that they're trying to launch.
Yes, and it's honest. You've got this worldwide ledger that says who's got what everywhere, and you can't rewrite it and you can't fake it. You don't necessarily know what everyone has, but you know that these transactions are honest and open and in the clear. And that I think is especially powerful.
It mirrors nature in the sense that it's honest and it's harsh. Like nature is harsh in the sense that there really are winners and losers. It really depends on what you are no longer, there's nothing between you and your responsibility to provide as a man in a Bitcoin system. You have a responsibility to plan and think about your family, think about your family name on the order of centuries, think about skills. There's no nanny state in a Bitcoin era that can float you.
Mm-hmm.
And that really, you can't get closer to God's intention than essentially having no insulation against nature other than your own sweat and your own effort to not only build yourself up, build your family up, but to build your community up, to collaborate and not take for granted that everything that you enjoy, it's not just coming from money printing and some magical,
Mm-hmm.
power of the government, right? You understand that wealth can be, you know, by default we're all poor, right? Capitalism is just a monetary word for when we help each other, we create wealth,
Hmm.
right? When we come together and we solve each other's problems, wealth is created. And so, yes, some people get wealthier, have more means, and they also have, theologically speaking, a lot more responsibility to
Yes.
deploy those means. At the same time, the more people that participate, the bigger the pie and the bigger everyone's pieces are in terms of what they can access, goods and services. So money is, there's a reason they say money is evil, is because, it corrupts, right? So the more you have, the more likely you are to be derelict in your responsibility of what money is. Money is stored time, other people's time. I mean, that's what it gives you access to other people's time. So you trade your effort, you store that in something that lets you access everyone else's effort. The more you have of that, of course, from God's point of view, it's like, listen, you have a huge responsibility to do good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why in the Bible they say, like, it's better just to give it away and do charity with it, because very few can actually manage the responsibility of commanding so much time of others, right?
Mm.
It doesn't mean money is necessarily evil. It just means if you command the time of others, you have a huge theological responsibility to do good in the world.
And this gets to one of the points that I was thinking, like, it's really important, like Bitcoin may be from God, but it's important not to make Bitcoin into God. That, this amazing responsibility of freedom that we've been granted with Bitcoin comes with an equally enormous amount of responsibility to deploy it in a way better than we've done with the fiat system. That if there are those that have more, that they have an equally, because there's no nanny state to manage their use of those resources, that they have an internal moral responsibility to care for their community in a way that maybe they didn't feel with the nanny state that was taking their taxes and redistributing it to communities of lesser needs. Like, no, we're not going to have that anymore. It's going to be on you to choose a higher morality and to live in alignment with that higher morality, because you know it comes from God, because you've been given this gift of monetary freedom. So what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, charity makes a comeback because, you nailed it. Because instead of assuming it's kind of handled, because the society we've erected allows for, people genuinely in need and free loafers alike to sort of access your effort through the state, and that goes away. And in a way, they say Jesus brings the sword. I mean, so okay, a little intervention means that man can no longer control money, and that's great, because it means the human story can continue, and everyone gets their hero's journey and gets to find out the tragedy of life and build themselves up and gets to experience bits of good that make it all worthwhile. But at the same time, man no longer controls money, right? So you got to
Mm-hmm.
think about that has another side to it, which is the wealth distribution inherent in the state. For all the evil it provides, there's some utility in it, and we're going to be in a Bitcoin era much closer to the reality of nature, and it's going to create an opposite shaped society, I should say. An opposite shape. It'll probably be closer to like a high tech geeky feudalism, where you essentially have sort of wealthy, well-known families that conduct industry, own technology, own robotics and this and that, and then you'll have a people that aggregate around those families, and that'll probably happen in the Renaissance in these city states, right? Like it's honestly, it's not so different than you had the fall of Rome, you had the Dark Ages, you had the Renaissance. We kind of had this era of peak government. This fiat era is kind of like the dumb ages, and then we'll go into the Bitcoin Renaissance. And even though you're relieved of the worst parts of the dumb of the era of the state in the dumb ages,
I love it.
It inverts the structure. So like, okay, you're relieved, you have wealth, but now how are all the goods and services going to exist on Earth? And now you have a new strategy of how do you build a society on this unconfiscatable, unstoppable money, right? So you shouldn't idolize Bitcoin in the sense that it's not going to solve every problem. It's going to invert the problem sphere, right? And that's very good because we don't want the human spirit to be captured just yet. Like ideally, this experiment kept going, and you get to experience the joy of children in the future, right? Like that's really good, but we shouldn't underthink it. We should recognize that. You should hypothesize through what are the opposite shape problems of not being able to print money, because society doesn't tolerate a 90% tax rate. Society will topple a government that taxes at 90% for too long. So, that's what happened to Rome. Rome gradually increased debasement and taxation, and when they basically lost control of their monetary health, they had like a 500-year fall, right? And it wasn't until centuries that the Renaissance happened, right? Yeah. So that's no picnic, right? And I think technology speeds everything up. So it could be that back then it took 550 years to get to the Renaissance, and maybe now it'll take 30, right? Because technology has this exponential effect on progress. But I think that tribulation really is the right word for this decade and the coming decades. But, take heart because he has overcome the world. And I think we're just living through that story. So from my point of view, it's like, I'm optimistic. I'm psyched. I feel so grateful to be alive. It's there's never been a more interesting time to be alive. We're all on Twitter and doing chats. We're just, yeah. It's like the First World War from our couches. You get to talk about it every day. It's really unique, and don't get wrapped up in your own misery and your own victimhood. Like, this is creating you. This is what's making you the type of strong man that can actually leave this soft era behind. And you should be grateful for that, because what were you before all these trials? What were you before you were tested and tried and pushed to your limit?
Amazing. I agree 1,000% that past the black pills and the fear spells and the victimhood and the tension, there's an enormous opportunity that we're all living through to create ourselves, to be created, to be shaped into a more righteous, upright, masculine kind of direction. And that's the real blessing of this age that we get to live through. And it's vital to keep that perspective. And I love how you said that these next 10 years could determine the shape of the future thousands. Like that's some profound shit, if you pardon my language.
God bless. Well, it was a dream, and I hope this is valuable for your listeners.
Oh man. I've gotten so much value out of it. I think all the men listening will as well. May I ask you one more question?
Yeah. Let's close on this one.
Okay, perfect. What was it? So you grew up Christian in a Christian household, and you left the faith and you pursued a secular materialist atheist path. What was it like coming back to faith and speaking to your father about that?
So I was, I was in a family that had a divorce. So I was in a split family. And so I had extra I had a struggle and a challenge with like an fundamentally like an insecurity of self, because I had like motherly abandonment issues, and then on my father's side, like I didn't get the kind of, and I think a lot of men are like this, like you don't get the principles and responsibility specifically of masculinity passed on to you.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, you're feminized in culture. Um, and so I kind of came into the world as like, without masculine frame, and victim to the kind of this feminine frame of authority. I was very like rebellious against like my stepmom, and just a rebellious person in general. And so I was like this punk rock. I did drugs and I partied, but I was always smart. Like I always did my homework and my projects on like the school bus the day of, and I did really well in school, and I graduated high school early, and but dropped out of college in the first year to start a tech company with my best friend who I grew up with, and we always had this F the world attitude, but we worked hard and played hard, and so I just kind of discarded, because I was surrounded in sinners, and they did a very bad job of selling faith to me, and so I just assumed, like, oh, this isn't the way, right? There's a new way. There's a secular way. There's a way based on progress and modernity and liberalism, and I just that was really alluring to me, the values of progressivism, and this is back when it was more just like liberalism. It was a lot more centrist, and it didn't have the Marxist slant to it and the communist slant to it. That's pretty new. And so, it's I always just like cut my parents off and said, like, don't talk to me about faith or God. I don't want to hear this bullshit. And eventually they learned to respect it. And they were surprised when I kind of came back recently and to hear that I had found faith and wanted to know the story. And it was really different than what they described, because they were just, culturally religious, right? Their parents taught them. And so they just carried on culturally. And I think that actually explains a lot, because if you subscribe to like the fourth turning macro thesis, it would say you have an era of like weak men that create hard times, and that eventually you get an era of hard men. And it would make sense that like the weak men would understand the how but forget the why, and because they forgot the why, they wouldn't be able to pass along the value proposition of the church, of the faith, whatever you name it, across society. And then you get a couple generations of disenfranchised youth that make a huge mess of society because they don't know anything, because the knowledge has been lost. And then finally you have people that come up and they have to learn the hard way by bearing the costs and putting back together the truth. And so I was able to make sense of it through that it wasn't that they were particularly bad. It was that there was a larger societal thing that money printing has disenfranchised. The family has eliminated so many responsibilities and hardships that people have become disconnected with the why behind faith, and so they wouldn't know what to pass on to me, and they didn't, and so inherently it wasn't sticky. I didn't have any stickiness, and it was more sticky to me to go out around people who were producing companies and working on problems. That was sticky to me. Science, like in the old days when it was the scientific method and about making discoveries, like that was sticky to me. I thought that was so awesome. And of course, I told the story how when it all fell apart, then I got the why. I finally got the answer, the why. And I brought that home. And when I told the story, it's hard to describe it other than I don't think they could relate. I don't think they could relate. And so maybe that's a gift of our generation, is that we're experiencing the cost in a very special and personal way, because it's our future. It's our future that's being put on the line. And and in us is the future of mankind, right? People in their 30s and 20s and late teens, and the children coming up. And so we feel that pain. You see these kids like being forced to, babies being given vaccines and stuff. And so I felt the cost so personally that even when I communicated the story, it's like, they're retired and kind of had an easy way of it comparatively.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I don't think they really related, but I think that, of course, any Christian parents are going to be happy their kid found God. So I think they're psyched, and yeah, in a way, it's like I don't feel bad for them, but it really made me realize how lucky we are to have the why, have it be so tangible, it's so potent that I'm going to carry that the rest of my life, and I'll be able to communicate that clearly to my kids, so that I'm not just saying this is what we do, this is how we live. I can teach them from the point of view of look at what we're capable of, and that's why. Teach them the cost of turning away from God, and teach them, and through that you can teach the value of turning towards God. And I think we lost touch with that, and so history won't repeat itself. We'll repeat it. We every once in a while teach ourselves to remember God, I guess, is what it is. And so there's going to be a generational thing where there's a rhythm where certain generations aren't going to see what you see, and that's how I experienced it. But yeah, they're thrilled and psyched. Christian son, especially because like I was rebellious and flaunting, so I was listening to death metal and and I had all this like Satanist fashion and stuff. That it was not because it was Satan worship, because it was fashionable and part of the culture of secular metal, and in the same way that when the central banks have their Luciferian balls, I don't think they're doing that out of a genuine praise of Satan. I actually think it's fashionable. I think it's the peak secular representation, that you see these music artists and stuff. Now they're all doing this Satan worship stuff. Not any one of them believes in God, right? So it is secular. But I hope that paints a picture. They're stoked, but I don't. In a weird way, I was gifted. I think our generation's gifted with a why that they're not going to be able to fundamentally get as close to.
Mm-hmm. No, it does. That's a more beautiful answer than the one that I expected, because it contains a lot of truth, particularly about us as men in this particular moment, where we're coming from and where we're going to. So once again, the truth is always better than any expected story. Well, I honor you for your journey that's made you the man that you are. That's led us to cross paths with each other. And I'm just wondering, where can men go to find out more about you and what you do that hasn't already been covered?
So I'm on twitter.com at LaserHODL. I've been doing a lot of podcasts. You'll see on my Twitter profile that I have a pinned tweet, a master thread, so you can see all the pods I've done. I've been sharing my bookshelf because folks really want to know how to see the world the way that I do. So I've been sharing book recommendations and movie recommendations. A big thing I do is research, like science fictions, the dystopic visions of these kind of dystopic governments in the future. And so I watched a lot of those to kind of make sense of. Those are all rooted in global governance, and so it's really important to kind of absorb some of that. And so I've been sharing movie recommendations for your movie night, and I'm putting out a website soon for long form writing. I think I'll switch in February to long form, so I can start detailing this thesis in a more cogent and coherent way. But I have probably 100 hours of podcasts at this point that all have different bits of gold. So if you want to go on the LaserHODL journey, find me on twitter.com @LaserHODL.
Well, thank you so much, LaserHODL. This has been amazing. This has been a dream for me too, talking about all the things that I love and listening and learning so much. So thank you so much for this.
Thanks, Will, and thanks to your listeners.
Thanks for listening to this episode of the Renaissance of Men podcast. Visit us on the web at renofmen.com or on your favorite social media platform at Ren of Men. This is the Renaissance of Men. You are the Renaissance.